cleared as well. The other expressways and tollways are looking pretty good right now, with the overnight work having wrapped up in most areas. West side of Chicago, there is a water main break right near Garfield Park. Westbound Jackson is blocked at Hamlin because of that, near the south end of the park. There's some road work on the westbound Indiana Toll Road this morning, right near the Porter-LaPorte County line. There's a right lane closure till 6 this morning. Traffic is a service of Stand Up to Cancer. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, mostly sunny, high 77. Tonight, mainly clear, low 55. Tomorrow, sunny to partly cloudy, high 75, and a partly cloudy night, low 58. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
60 at O'Hare, 61 along the lakefront, 55 in Lansing, and your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Frank O. Carlson, the sign company's partner. They help you make more money. Go to mysignpartner.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Hillary Clinton wading into a very hot-button issue, announcing her opposition to the Keystone Pipeline, a decision that already has Republicans pouncing.
And I oppose it because I don't think it's in the best interests of what we need to do to combat climate change.
I apologize for being perfect.
That would be you, because I would never say a thing like that.
Is that you? That's very good.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So yesterday, grace met disgrace. President Obama and the First Lady.
I saw a conversion there on the tarmac. I don't know what you saw. There was a halo of light over Obama's head. He got down on his knees. He repented. And now he's one of you people. He's a Catholic.
Yeah, I didn't.
Oh, no, that was my dream.
Did not catch that.
He tore away in a Fiat.
Pope Francis has got a robust itinerary today. This is his itinerary today, 9:15. He's welcomed to the White House by President Obama and the First Lady. I don't know if he's going to have time to conduct an exorcism. He's just going to have to play it by ear in terms of, because the schedule's tight.
That's funny you mentioned that.
10:30 to 11, the Pope Mobile will drive a parade route around the Ellipse in a section of the National Mall where spectators who pass through security gates will be able to see the pontiff. The only event during his visit that is not ticketed, and daytime prayer. He's got Mass later this afternoon. And then tomorrow, importantly, he'll be the first Pope to address a joint meeting of Congress. So it's going to be interesting what Pope Francis has to say in today and tomorrow and Friday while he is in America making his first visit here. And it's just interesting because, of course, the press and, frankly, a lot of people, including a lot of conservatives, have this penchant to want to look at the Pope through the prism of politics. They want to, what's his position on this issue and what's his position on that issue? And is he a socialist? Is he a communist? Is he, an acolyte of Karl Marx redistributionist schemes and so forth?
Well, yeah, a lot of people think he has a progressive agenda about climate change and inequality. And that's the thing. I mean, people want to know, is he a lefty liberal? And Terry Moran, who was on the plane traveling with him from Cuba to the U.S., asked him those questions. And he responded, because once the flight took off and it was safe to travel about the cabin, the Pope got out and met with members of the media. And he responded. He said he doesn't have an agenda. That's just how he feels. May I?
When he was asked specifically about this Newsweek cover, is the Pope Catholic? Some people think I'm a bit leftist, he said, but this is an error. I am certain I have not said one thing that is not within the social doctrine of the Church.
Is that true? Has he not said one upsetting thing that's not within the social doctrine of the church?
Yeah, I think it's a mistake to go through these issues and say he has this position on these particular parochial, even international political issues. I think he's right. The Pope also said during that exchange with Moran that if necessary, I'll recite the creed, kind of joking. I believe in God, the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, and so forth.
You want to go? Let's do it.
I believe in
Maker of all
God,
things.
the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the Holy Spirit, born of the Virgin Mary, suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, died, and buried. Okay, that's enough.
All right.
Yes, let's.
But conservatives want to know, if it's still all part of the gospel of Jesus Christ, and that's the thing. And everyone's going to be, hanging on his every word during his 5-day trip here. If he's going to, get into social issues, if he's going to discuss possibly defunding Planned Parenthood while he's on the floor.
He's not going to do that, and I don't want him to do that. As somebody who wants Planned Parenthood defunded, I don't want him to be brought down into the realm of our politics. The Pope is not a politician.
But couldn't he make a difference? Oh, sorry.
Well, yes, of course he can make a difference, but it is on that grander appeal as the most important religious figure in the world. And as a transcendental figure, to look at him and say, what's his position on the Keystone Pipeline, is to completely miss completely miss the essence of the Pope. And so I think that's right. I mean, do I have some concerns about how it's interpreted? Do I have some concerns about what his particular views may be if he was a policymaker? But he's not a policymaker in the political sense.
But he could make a difference, and I think he could change the minds of some members of Congress if he used his position of power to discuss about defunding Planned Parenthood.
Well, he's going to do that, but he's going to do that in a deeper, more broad appeal. It's not going to be, shut down the federal government to defund Planned Parenthood.
That would be something, huh?
Yeah. I mean, he's not running to be Speaker of the House, right? He's
Bader,
not.
sit down.
Yeah.
I got this.
He's going to talk about human ecology. He's going to talk about our throwaway culture, I suspect, because this is what he has shown a desire to talk about. He's going to talk about the importance and dignity of human life. That's what he's going to talk about. And the reason that he talks in those kind of unifying ideas, or because he talks in those unifying ideas, is the reason he was received as he was yesterday when he arrived and was greeted by President Obama and Michelle.
Then the crowd did the wave.
Yeah. Yes.
It was quite impressive.
Right. He used the T-shirt gun to blast some T-shirts out to the crowd, kind of
the Jesse White tumblers
make it very fan friendly. By the way, on a related note, since again, this is conservatives I'm talking to mostly. They're so obsessed with the Pope's statements, seeming statements on economics. Which I don't think a statement saying you should not idolize money, I don't think that's an economic statement. I think it's a moral statement, and it's a moral statement I agree with. But this interesting piece from Mark Perry, just on this point of order of rising income inequality, because President Obama has said rising income inequality is the greatest challenge of our time. Well, our friend Mark Perry over at the American Enterprise Institute finds that if you look at the Gini index of income inequality for the last 20 years, and also census data, actually income inequality has been remarkably stable from 1993 to 2014. 93, 48.9% of total income went to the top 20%, top quintile. In 2014, that was 51%. Interestingly, he points out 21.9% share of income earned by the top 5% last year was lower than the share that group earned in 8 of the last 15 years. The bottom line is it is negligible, the difference in income distribution over the last 20 years. Now, I think actually a more interesting conversation would be to look at the 5% or the 1% and look at the income distribution there. I mean, there's a big difference between somebody making $350,000 even, which is a lot of money, Puts you certainly in the top 5%, close to the top 1%. And what Ken Griffin is making, what Bruce Rauner made, that is stratospheric difference as compared to somebody who may be in the top 5% versus somebody who's in the top 25% or even the top 50%. So this income inequality thing is a little bit more gooey than leftists like Bernie Sanders and Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton would have you believe. And to the extent that the Pope addresses that, just a little bit of a factoid to inform that discussion as it descends from the more kind of global and God-inspired conversation to our more secular conversation about policy.
That's what he preached, though, when he was in Cuba. Every appearance he made, every group that he gathered with, he preached against the dangers of wealth. But Cuba's quite a different country than the United States.
Well, I think it's also, the dangers of wealth when it's extracted from people by force. I mean, the interesting thing about this, right, talking about the market, is the market perfect? No, of course not, because what is the market? The market is human beings exchanging with one another, fallible human beings working with imperfect information. But the market is predicated on persuasion. Government is predicated on coercion. So you tell me which construct is apt to provide more dignity, people having to persuade one another to work together, to exchange goods and services, or a few people being able to force their will and frankly steal, as in the case of Cuba, from the masses because they have a monopoly of force in society. But I don't know. This other just interesting note, this is really, really quite something. From the Washington Examiner, the White House compares Obama to Pope Francis.
Ooh, yeah. I read that headline and just was like, ooh, got a bad taste in my mouth.
Where do the similarities end between Pope Francis and President Obama? Truly.
How are they similar?
Well, Josh Earnest said both men have talked quite publicly about their commitment to social justice, and both men have dedicated not just their careers, but their lives to that effort. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, that's where I heard Josh Earnest yesterday when he said that, these two men are very similar. And I just went, whoa, okay.
Yeah, boy, that is really a breath. I honestly have lost that's a breathtaking statement, quite literally. Josh Earnest, I would have a follow-up question, too, if I was in the White House press corps. Since Josh Earnest is apparently an expert in this area, could you explain to me the difference between social justice and just regular, plain old justice? I'd like to hear an explanation of that from the left, just like I'd like to hear Debbie Wasserman Schultz tell me the difference between a Democrat and a socialist.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
For your first full day of fall, it's going to feel more like summer around here. Plenty of sunshine, pleasant, a high near 80 degrees. Tonight, clear, a low of 55, and tomorrow the party continues. Partly sunny skies, warm, a high of 75. Travel times, here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Things are looking pretty good on the expressways and tollways for the most part. The inbound ride's getting a little heavy approaching downtown, and outbound there is road work in the express lanes. Past Garfield to 63rd, 2 left lanes are closed. Not seeing any delays there, though. Eastbound Adams Tollway before Roselle Road, there's a crash in the left lane. Prepare to slow down approaching the scene. West side, right near Garfield Park, westbound Jackson, closed at Hamlin. That's due to a water main break. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home, then you need to call David Hochberg, Vice President of Pearl Mortgage. Tammy, 2-term Afghan war vet, 2 sons, credit score 498, called to secure a VA loan. Tammy had no shot purchasing a home at this time, so David introduced Tammy to his bankruptcy team at Debt Stoppers, who are helping her eliminate collections totaling $16,000. Then he introduced her to Margie at First Midwest Bank, who's helping her rebuild her credit with a CD loan. David will follow up with Tammy every 4 months over the next 2 years to ensure she's following his credit enhancement plan so he can help her secure that VA loan. If you've gone through economic challenges like Tammy and want to be put on the program so you can purchase or refinance in the future, call David now at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. You can email him at david@perldavid.com or visit his website, am560david.com. That's am560david.com. David's helped thousands of AM560 listeners like Tammy, and he'll help you. So call David now, 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Illinois residential residential mortgage licensee 4358, licensed by DB owned or California RMLA NMLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com/licensing.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
It takes a lot of courage to face your own death, but I'm glad I finally did. See, I was putting off getting life insurance to protect my family, even though I knew it was important. Then my neighbor's husband died. I watched her struggle emotionally and financially. It really made me face reality. If my husband died, how would I pay the mortgage, the car payments, or keep up the life the kids and I had? I realized I needed to get us life insurance right away. So I called AIG Direct. In less than 5 minutes, I had a quote. I was shocked at how affordable it is. Just $14 a month for $250,000 of term life coverage. I feel so much better knowing my family has protection.
Call AIG Direct right now for a free no-obligation quote. The call takes less than 5 minutes, and you can save up to 70%. Call now, 1-800-503-6673. That's 1-800-503-6673. 1-800-503-6673.
Hi, I'm Brendan Burchard. Some people call me the world's highest paid motivational trainer, and some people call me crazy because I've just authorized a nationwide giveaway of my 2015 New York Times bestseller, The Motivation Manifesto. That's right. In the next 24 hours, I want to give away as many free books as possible. To get your hardcover copy, call 1-800-605-9211. If you want to reach your true potential, personally, professionally, or financially, you need this book. You'll discover how to stop feeling tired and overwhelmed, identify the major enemies keeping you from living your dreams, and learn the secrets to defeating them. I'll teach you my proven strategies to start attaining the levels of drive and personal success you're craving. Financial freedom, emotional freedom, time freedom. In the next 24 hours, I'm giving away as many free books as possible. Due to high demand, I can only offer one per household. To find out how to get your free book while supplies last, call now. 1-800-605-9211. 1-800-605-9211.
AM 560, The Answer.
By the way, one other kind of fun thing with respect to the Pope's visit and his address to Congress tomorrow.
Flat Stanley or Flat Pope?
This is from David Hawking's blog in Roll Call. It turns out too many members of Congress cannot be trusted to behave themselves, and so to enforce discipline so that members of Congress don't run up and start touching Pope Francis.
They do when President Obama for the State of the Union, they all run up and try to touch them. They get there hours early to make sure they get a good seat.
Well, that's another similarity between Pope Francis and Barack Obama.
There you go, because everybody wants to touch them. All right.
For Pope Francis, it's got to be like looking into a mirror when he meets the president.
Sans the white robe.
Yeah. Each political party, assembling teams of lawmakers to essentially act as blocking tackles, willing to restrain any of their colleagues intent on trying to reach out for a papal touch as Pope Francis walks onto the floor of the House.
Wow.
That's pretty funny.
Well, where's the Sergeant of Arms right now when you need him?
Yeah,
huh? It's too big of a job for him to handle?
Lest you think that the House and Senate are full of a bunch of adult children, that this is, basically adult high school.
Okay, well, if you're a congressional member right now and you're obviously Catholic, wouldn't you get there early?
Francis, I love you.
Kiss my ring. Let me touch your feet. Wouldn't you get there early to get an aisle seat?
Yeah, I don't know how that protocol works.
Well,
I don't know if there's assigned seating or.
No, normally it's first come, first serve.
Sure,
when there's a joint session, you can
I'd
just
sleep out overnight. Like getting Springsteen tickets.
Get a little tin cup, maybe make some money.
It's just. What a commentary that is. That you have to essentially both the leadership of both parties thinks they have to assemble other members to be essentially bouncers to keep their members away from the Pope.
And which is funny because the Pope, in his adult youth, I mean, he was a bouncer.
Yeah.
He was.
He
At
can
one
handle
point in time,
himself.
he can. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
You're like, that guy, kick him out. I'll kick him out for you.
Bring it, Peter King. You want a piece of this? That would actually be pretty useful. I would actually
they're not going to behave themselves.
I know the Pope is a man of peace, but I kind of would like to see him throttle some members of Congress.
Well, once he starts, because he's such a gregarious, friendly man that he's going to reach out and shake someone's hand, and then the hordes are just going to start coming right at him because everyone wants a piece of him.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be blessed.
Maybe he could. Boy, maybe I
who
tell
do
you,
you want him to take down?
I'm trying to think who would be like at the top of my list for a papal sucker punch. Gosh. Speaking of the infallible, Donald Trump was on Stephen Colbert yesterday, and they had a nice little fun segment where Colbert, difficult to figure out who is more in character, but where Colbert put statements out and asked Trump, did you say this or did I say this?
I apologize for being perfect.
That would be you because I would never say a thing like that. Is that you?
That's very good. I think apologizing is a great thing, but you have to be wrong. I will absolutely apologize sometime, hopefully in the distant future, if I'm ever wrong.
That's me.
That is you. That is exactly. You know you really well.
I know that.
It's freezing and snowing in New York. We need global warming.
Well, I think it's you, but it's close to being me.
It's you. Medicare is like a nice set of cufflinks. Nobody wears cufflinks anymore.
That's you.
That's me. That's me. The real strong have no need to prove it to the phonies.
That's Colbert.
That would be, it's not me. It could be you.
It's not me either.
Uh-oh.
It's Charles Manson.
Oh.
The old Charles Manson kicker at the end.
Shut it, tough guy, or you're going to eat it Reno style.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The sounds of an accident. You or a loved one has been injured. Your mind is racing. What happened? Is everyone okay? What now?
I'm Dan Compton of Compton Law Group. We know that at a time like this, you want answers. More importantly, you want justice for what has taken place. If you or a loved one has been injured, please, before you sign something or talk to anyone, call Compton Law Group. This is our specialty, fighting for your rights, fighting for you, and making sure that justice is served. You can reach me at 847-742-6100. That's 847-742-6100. It's my job to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones are protected and compensated properly. We handle nursing home accidents, car, truck, and motorcycle accidents, construction accidents, and medical malpractice.
When accidents happen, and they will happen, make sure you have Compton Law Group on your side. 847-742-6100 or online at ComptonLawGroup.net. When accidents happen, take the appropriate action with Compton Law Group, located in Elgin and serving all of Chicagoland.
If you're aged 59 and a half or older with the 401k plan and still working, stop what you're doing and call Arlington Capital Management at 855-471-5796. They'll help you actively manage your 401k, show you strategies to avoid major declines, and capitalize on opportunities. There are benefits with age, and this is one of them. At 59 and a half, you're entitled to new opportunities in the investment world that can dramatically improve your results and even lower your fees. Call 855-471-5796 now and take the first step toward getting more out of your retirement assets. The team at Arlington Capital Management proactively explores the market, our economy, and all of the variables that offset your investments. Call 855-471-5796 now for a complimentary consultation. That's 855-471-5796 or visit arlington-capital.com. You worked hard to accumulate your nest egg. Now, it's time to put your money to work for you.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hillary Clinton took a good, long look, a lot of study of Bernie Sanders' poll numbers, and she's coming against the Keystone Pipeline. We'll have that at 5:35.
And later, sometime this morning, Christie's ordering people to lose weight. Really? But first, let's go back into the newsroom, and here is Mike Scott.
64 degrees, some clouds. Pope Francis has begun his U.S. visit. Plans to deliver opening remarks to the country today on the White House lawn after meetings with the president and American bishops. Despite U.S. warnings about crackdowns on activists, topics besides human rights are likely to dominate talks this week between President Xi Jinping and President Barack Obama when Xi comes to the White House. A massive wave of people fleeing violence in Syria could get some new help from the European Union. The EU hopes to provide more than 1 billion euros in aid to Syrian refugees and release another billion for Turkey. NATO says one of its soldiers has been killed in an attack near a major air base in eastern Afghanistan, the Taliban claiming it carried out the attack Tuesday near the Bagram airfield. The University of Delaware in Newark says it's investigating as a hate crime the discovery of 3 nooses hanging from a tree on campus. Hillary Clinton finally voicing opposition to the proposed Keystone XL pipeline, speaking at a presidential campaign event in Iowa.
Unfortunately, from my perspective, one that interferes with our ability to move forward to deal with all the other issues. Therefore, I oppose it.
Also on the campaign trail, Donald Trump on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert.
There's been a tremendous response in New Hampshire and Iowa. No matter where we go, it seems that the response, it just gets better and better. And the polls have been phenomenal.
Senate Democrats blocking a late-term abortion bill. The Republican measure would have banned abortions after 20 weeks of pregnancy.
The yeas are 54 and the nays are 42. The motion is not agreed to.
The bill failed because it did not hit that 60-vote threshold needed to move forward. A lawyer representing the woman who has made an allegation of being sexually assaulted by a Chicago Blackhawks player, Patrick Kane, has scheduled a news conference for later this afternoon. Chicago's mayor is challenging aldermen to back his budget, a $7.8 billion spending plan that has $543 million in property tax hikes. Chicago police are trying to identify a dismembered toddler found in a lagoon earlier this month, and they started collecting DNA from relatives of children in the area who have gone missing. And Cubs manager Joe Maddon says the dirty deeds that were not done dirt cheap during the recent AC/DC concert at Wrigley Field have cheapened the dirt on his infield. Maddon says since that concert last Tuesday, he's seen bad hops on balls to second and third. That's never happened this year. And Maddon says players are also complaining the outfield grass that was re-sodded after the event is not even. Tigers over the White Sox in 10-2-1. Cubs on that bad infield beat Milwaukee 4-0 behind Jake Arrieta, winning his 20th. The news service of Unbound. Ever wonder where your charitable donations are really going? At Unbound, you'll know who you're helping and what impact your support is having on their life. One way Unbound is different at unbound.org. 5:34. Check of traffic and weather next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity explains how Trump has earned the right to be the front runner.
Donald Trump, whether you like him or not, has earned his status, his front runner status, fair and square. He didn't steal it. He hasn't lied. If anything, he's been refreshingly honest. Now, Trump may not be a conservative the way I'm a conservative, but certainly his supporters are.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
Today on fleaspray.com, you can also read up on the side effects of imidacloprid, moxidectin, pyrethrin, and other widely sold flea and tick poisons. Or you can avoid those grisly side effects altogether. Switch to new Nomo Flea. New Nomo Flea flea and tick spray kills fleas and ticks with no poison. It's made from vegetable oil. Nomo Flea dissolves the hard shell of a flea or tick on contact, so the moist insides of that flea or tick just dry up. No more flea instantly. No more ticks soon thereafter. Best of all, no more poison ever. New Nomo Flea is totally safe for dogs, cats, puppies, kittens, kids, babies crawling around on the kitchen floor. So thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. You can throw away the flea and tick poisons lurking under your kitchen sink, just as soon as your 30 or 60-day supply of new Nomo Flea arrives from fleaspray.com. Fleaspray.com. FLEASPRAY.com.
5:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the Adams Tollway westbound, just past the Devon Toll Plaza, there's a stall blocking the left lane. Eastbound, there was a crash near Roselle Road. That's gone. All lanes are open. Eastbound traffic is moving nicely. The other tollways are fine right now.
And now the State Department has everything that they could have. So at the end of the day, I am sorry that this has been confusing to people and has raised a lot of questions. But there are answers to all these questions, and I will continue to provide those answers. And I regret that this has become such a cause célèbre. But that does not change the facts.
traffic
And
services
no matter what
stand up.
anybody tries to say, the facts are stubborn. What I did was legally permitted. Number one, first and foremost, okay?
Continues next.
Number two,
Your official
I
Chicagoland
turned
weather
over
forecast
out of
from
an
the
abundance
Air
of
Comfort, your commercial HVAC
an attempt to be
solution
helpful
provider, sunny and
over
pleasant,
anything that I
77. Currently 60 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Kelly Financial Services, helping you secure your financial future today. Visit kellyfinancialservicesinc.com.
Hey, Joe Walsh here. Pope Francis is in town. We'll have everything he said and did when freedom returns at 5.
Dan and Amy, listening to Mike Scott talk about Joe Madden complaining about Wrigley Field, of course, it brings to mind the passing of Yogi Berra.
Oh, that's right.
90 years old.
10 World Series rings.
Your favorite Yogi Berra-ism?
Well, the only one that I know. It ain't over till it's over.
Well, it's over now for Yogi, so to speak.
Well, yeah, it is over now, right? I mean, is it over, Dan?
Well, I would say, let's see, my favorite one.
Which one?
If you don't know where you're going, you may end up somewhere else.
Yeah, it's great. It's so simple, too. And they interviewed him a few years ago, and he wrote a few books about yogiisms. And he said, how did you come up with this brilliance? And he said, it just happens. I was walking down the street or, at a game, and it just hit me. It ain't over till it's over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And your favorite?
You better cut that pizza into 4 slices because I don't think I can eat 6. Yeah.
Is that another
Baseball is 90% mental and the other 50% is physical. It's a 140% game, that game of baseball. And by the way, just at Yogi, though, just Yogi, thinking about this, and the Cubs, too, connecting it to the Cubs. Yogi Berra, 10 championships in his career. Any Cubs player, 0 championships in Yogi's 90 years of life.
Oh, there you go.
Just a little perspective.
Okay. Just as
a little
we're
perspective.
facing postseason play, you just had to throw that in there, right?
That's a good way to describe the Cubs. They're facing it like it's punishment.
It's coming and everyone's nervous. What else is coming is a directive by New Jersey Governor Christie. Listen to this. He is ordering people in the New Jersey National Guard to lose weight or else. Now, this is coming from a man who has struggled with his weight, who paid for laparoscopic surgery to help him lose weight. I call it the lazy way to lose weight. I'm sorry, I do. But he's ordering one of his top commanders, Air Force Brigadier General Michael Cuniff, to lose weight in 90 days or else. He doesn't believe that he's physically
Chris Christie
fit.
diet.
Well, he says
Could be an
that
infomercial.
No, he says, the governor expressed directly to the general that his failure to meet the standard or to provide notification of his formal reprimand is both unacceptable and disappointing. He's directed General Cuniff to meet his obligations within the next 90 days or else. Now, what the consequences are, we don't know. But this guy, if you look at pictures of the Brigadier General Michael Cuniff, he looks exactly like Chris Christie. He's a big guy.
I'll tell you, I think your point that Chris Christie is living in a glass old country buffet is a fair one.
312-642-5600. I was shocked because it seems so hypocritical that Governor Chris Christie orders the National Guard, all of them actually, to lose weight or else. What is he doing?
Well, I mean, one of the ways to test if you're physically fit for the job could be the test that Chris Christie failed during the debate. Can you stand upright behind a podium for 3 hours rather than having to kind of lean on it to hold yourself up after about the first 45 minutes, which is what Christie had to do. I mean, obviously, it's a little bit different being a paper pusher like a politician versus being someone who has to be ready for military service. So I can understand the distinction there.
Yeah, but that's a larger question. I mean, should firefighters and police officers remain in shape? I mean, if you have a job that requires physical agility and strength to protect the lives of others, do you need to be physically fit? Because I see a lot of police officers, I'm sorry, but I do, that are a little bit overweight.
That's why we're physically fit, because we have to do those things you described. We have to be ready at a moment's notice to protect the lives of others, to aid our fellow man and woman.
But is there some physical fitness standards that people have to comply with?
Well, there was the Sun-Times story about Chicago police not so long ago, just maybe a month ago, that only 1 in 4 Chicago police officers take the annual fitness test.
1 in 4?
Only
I thought that was mandatory. It's not?
Apparently not. It's a voluntary test. And it's one of those things, it's twofold. So one, your point about being fit and agile, prepared to do your job that could require you to be fit and agile, physically fit. The second thing is the cost, right? I mean, why do corporations have wellness programs? One, they want their employees to be healthy and they care about their employees. Okay, that's part of it. The other part of it is it's good for the bottom line, right? Reduces overall healthcare costs, reduces time off work, reduces workers' comp costs because you have people that are healthy and thus less susceptible to illness or injury. So there's, a couple reasons why, even if Chris Christie is not living the change he would like to see, it still makes sense for him to mandate the change for National Guardsmen.
312-642-5600. Don't you think, though, it's hypocritical because he had laparoscopic surgery? I mean, he had the money, the means to get the surgery. I don't know if this brigadier general has the means to, go under the knife, so to speak, or to get that operation done in order to lose weight. But he has 90 days to do so. And what's going to happen to him?
Maybe he can put Jesse Jackson in charge of the New Jersey National Guard because
he did it.
He had laparoscopic surgery.
Yeah, is that the lazy way out? Don't you think that's the lazy way to lose weight?
Well,
and I'm sorry, and
yes,
people have ripped on me in the past for calling me a fattist and
fattist.
Yes, that I'm prejudiced against people who are obese.
Mm-hmm.
And well, let's not go there, but. It's just hard because I work out every day. I've blown up our Vitality Fitness program. I've scored more points than anybody in this company, and we're not even halfway through with the year yet because I have to work out every day for my well-being, and I can't sleep at night unless I work out during the day.
Well, maybe you could be the
new Brigadier General?
The Brigadier General of the New Jersey National Guard. Maybe you should reach out to Chris Christie, not during lunch.
Right, yeah, and
or snack breaks.
If he is hungry, he gets ornery, that's for sure. But I mean, just anybody else's mouth that those words came out of, I would understand. But for Chris Christie to pass judgment on this guy, who, by the way, if you look at a picture of this Brigadier General and Chris Christie next to each other, which there are photos online of them, they look the same.
Get in my belly!
They are the exact same weight.
Well, maybe Chris Christie is hoping that the Brigadier General can inspire him to follow the Brigadier General's footsteps when the Brigadier General gets, makes weight, as it were.
We're just sending him to Foxcatcher?
Dan, yeah. Oh, boy.
Ooh, too soon.
Dan and Gurney, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Amy and Dan. I'm a police officer, so I've been in the military. There are no physical fitness standards that have passed the course test for police officers. So every time a department has tried to come up with one, the courts have said, well, what percentage of a police officer's job is actually running after somebody? So the police departments are struggling to come up with something that will pass that litmus test.
Are you in good shape, Dan?
I am. I pass it every year.
What's your BMI?
Mine is, my body fat's only at 5%.
Wow. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right. Put your resume in for that Brigadier General post in New Jersey. Thanks for the call, Dan. I think we got a couple of candidates. That's good.
Well, the Cuniff, his name, the Brigadier General, gave a statement to ABC saying many people struggle with weight control. That's true.
Oprah.
I'm not immune from this. Just as I afford every opportunity to each soldier and airman to meet these standards, so will I. I take this matter seriously, and I'm taking the necessary steps to remedy this issue by being involved in a rigorous physical fitness training program. And have sought the assistance. Are you ready for this? He sought the assistance of a nutritionist.
Well, I mean, look, I think
good for him. I mean,
special assistant to the governor, Richard Simmons. Let's just dance it out. The pounds just melt off.
I got a job following fat people around with a tuba. Stop it! Cut it out! I have a glandular problem.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Mostly sunny today, pleasant, a high of 77 degrees. Then tonight, clear, lows in the mid-50s. And tomorrow and Friday both look spectacular. Plenty of sunshine for for your first full week of fall, and highs in the mid to upper 70s. Let's get the travel times to a man who hopefully doesn't have a tuba playing behind him. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning. No, not at this hour. Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. Edens, Kennedy, both fine right now. The Eisenhower still good, too. It's getting a little heavy inbound between Manheim and First Avenue. Inbound Stevenson, you've got a 4-minute delay from Harlem to Kedzie. The Ryan, about a 3 or 4 minute delay from Cermak at the Burns Circle. Bishop Ford, about a 3-minute delay approaching the merge. I-57 slow starting at 119th, 20 minutes from I-80 to the Ryan. The tollways look pretty good. There is a stall on the westbound Adams Tollway past the Devon Toll Plaza. That's moved to the left shoulder, though. There's no delay in the area. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Hey, if you need to sell your home in Chicagoland, Sean Hannity here with some very important facts that you need to know. 40% of homes hitting the market in Chicago are not selling. Now, those are horrible odds. That's exactly why you need to call Saul Z and the Z team at Keller Williams, based right here in Chicagoland. Saul sells a home on average every 24 hours and attracts hundreds of buyers every month locally, nationally, and internationally. Recently, the Wall Street Journal ranked Saul's team in the top 110 teams out of 1.2 million agents in the U.S. Saul Z guarantees to sell your home in 29 days at a price and deadline that you agreed to, or he will buy your home or he'll sell it for free. Plus, working with Saul is also risk-free. After 24 hours, if he's not doing his job, you can walk away free and clear. Don't worry, you won't. Just call the agent I would call if I needed to sell my home and lived in Chicagoland. Call Saul now at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666. Or go online at callsaul.net. That's callsaul.net.
If you're ready to drop your phone plan due to dropped connections, now is the time. It's the grand opening of Wireless Zone in Westmont from 5 to 8 p.m. on Thursday the 24th. Make the switch and keep your current numbers for your cell and home phone. Plus, get a $300 activation credit. The Westmont mayor will be on site, along with reps from your favorite product lines. A raffle, refreshments, and prizes lead the grand opening of Wireless Zone, 131 West Ogden in Westmont at 5 p.m. on Thursday the 24th. 630-541-3461.
People who can afford a LASIK procedure sure are lucky. Imagine being able to throw away your contacts and glasses. Imagine waking up tomorrow with 20/20 vision. Too bad everyone can't afford LASIK. Well, guess what? There's a company that agrees with you. TLC Laser Eye Centers is now offering great prices on high-quality LASIK to make it affordable for everyone. That means you get the latest FDA-approved all-laser LASIK technology for less than what others charge. And if you call right now, we'll schedule a free consultation so you can discover if LASIK is right for you. Individual results may vary. Call 1-800-600-7926. Even better, if you're one of the first 100 callers, ask about an extra 10% off your all-laser LASIK procedure. We've already performed over 2 million procedures. Let us help you. Discover how you can get the quality LASIK experience you deserve for less than what others charge. For your free consultation, call 1-800-600-7926. 1-800-600-7926.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so Hillary, after months of study, she didn't want to take a position because she didn't want to undermine the position of the administration, the regime of which she was a part, you'll recall, Secretary of State. So she had eschewed taking a position on the Keystone XL pipeline.
But I don't have to hold my breath anymore. I know the answer.
No. She took a position yesterday, and here it is after the long-anticipated wait.
I oppose it, and I oppose it because I don't think it's in the best interests of what we need to do to combat climate change.
Oh, so she's chosen environmental extremism over U.S. jobs. I mean, how are we going to become less reliant on foreign oil if we don't do something here?
It's just comedy. I mean, the idea that this is anything other than a response to her flailing poll numbers and the distaste for her among the radical left base of the Democratic Party is comical. By the way, just a little perspective. Keystone Pipeline, there are 2.6 million miles of pipeline currently in the United States, that transports oil and gas to markets.
Does that one have a name?
Just in total, there's 2.6 million miles of pipeline right now. The Keystone XL pipeline would add 852 miles. And every indication it would be, frankly, more environmentally safe than much of the 2.6 million miles of pipeline that's in existence. But I understand.
Use state-of-the-art equipment to construct it, and then they even offer to put surveillance on it 24/7. I mean, it would be the most protected pipeline that there is out there. But no. She's trying to, placate to her constituents and just say, oh, no, I'm against this. It doesn't really give us a solid reason why.
Yeah.
Just that she wants more votes.
Well, the other
thing, to keep the votes that she has.
The other reason the timing of this is interesting and fortuitous is because her story about those emails and that private server, boy, not holding up yet again. Federal investigators reportedly recovered work-related and personal emails from Hillary's time as Secretary of State. This was Bloomberg reporting this yesterday. A source familiar with the FBI investigation into Clinton's private email server found that the emails they have recovered, the private emails they have recovered, they easily recovered. Not clear whether all 30,000 messages Clinton said she deleted on the server had been recovered, but they have recovered many of them. In addition to that, there's a discrepancy. Oh, no.
Dan,
there
we
she is.
don't.
There's my girl.
We don't like problems.
Oh, no. Yeah, when she said that she was asked by the State Department to help them, and she wants to be helpful. She's transparent. All they have to do is ask. She was asked, along with other former secretaries of state, not anything particular to her, for emails back in the summer of 2014. And I said, okay, great. Happy to go through them. And we provided the State Department with all of them. That's what she said as recently as this past Sunday on Face the Nation. Except State Department officials provided new information yesterday that undercuts Clinton's characterization. This is from the Washington Post. The request was not simply about general record keeping, but was prompted entirely, keyword, by the discovery that Clinton had exclusively used a private email system. They also said they first contacted her in the summer of 2014, 3 months before the agency asked Clinton and 3 of her predecessors to provide their emails.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I know. She's very, very sorry. So you might want to pass this on to your Clintonista friends at the East Bank Club, Amy. It seems like she hasn't quite gotten her hands around this email story, even though I know she was part of the most transparent administration in the history of Western civilization, and she herself is helpful, cheerful, spontaneous, and transparent. She just doesn't tell the truth.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-400-9257. That's 1-800-400-9257.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-400-9257. That's 1-800-400-9257.
If only she had used Turnkey IT. For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM 560 business owners. It's a name that you have come to know and trust. These guys do it all, from on-site service calls and help desk to all-in networks. They have a plan that fits your company's technology needs. Want to move your business to the cloud? Turnkey can migrate your network to Microsoft's Office 365. Is having someone to call when you misplace a file or accidentally open that email with a virus important? Well, then Turnkey's got you covered. Is it time for all new equipment? With Turnkey's all-in plan, your business will have brand new equipment and the highest level of support you can find. Do you want professional and timely support from your IT company? Of course you do. And Turnkey is prompt and responsive to support requests, shows up on time, and provides service even after normal business hours. Turnkey IT knows your network is truly the heartbeat of your company. So focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today for a plan that fits your needs. That's turnkey.pro.
I love it.
If the battery pack in your hybrid fails, that can be a huge unexpected expense. Dan Proft here for Midwest Performance Cars. In addition to complete maintenance and repair of European automobiles, Midwest Performance Cars is a certified hybrid shop location. Their technicians have undergone extensive training and can test and recondition your Toyota or Honda hybrid battery pack at a price hundreds less than your dealer. MPC can also perform a comprehensive pre-purchase inspection on hybrid vehicles and provide an accurate assessment of the health of your hybrid battery pack. The longevity of battery packs is a known drawback of a hybrid vehicle. Midwest Performance Cars offers an exclusive technology that can restore your battery to over 95% of its original performance. Take your hybrid to the dealership with a check engine light and they'll probably tell you that you need a new battery, costing you $3,000 to $5,000. With MPC's battery conditioning technology, you could potentially save up to 50%, keeping thousands of dollars in your pocket. They're located in Chicago's West Loop at the corner of Lake and Ogden. Free Lyft and Uber shuttle service available. Online at MidwestPerformanceCars.com. Midwest Performance Cars, the dealer alternative, an expert source for European auto maintenance and repair.
What if you could look back over 150 years to find the actual addresses of your ancestors? Only at tryancestry.com now through Sunday, you can have access to over 1 billion records in their city directory collection. Trace family members' births, deaths, addresses from historical maps, church affiliations, and more. These city directories haven't been open to the public for free access before, so don't miss this opportunity. Free access ends Sunday and is only at tryancestry.com. That's TRY Ancestry.com.
Hey guys, you should never give up on hope, unless that's the name of the girl that cheated on you in college. In that case, yeah, give her up. But if you still cling to those feel-good moments, make sure one of them is Fly By Night with me, Ken Severa, Saturday night at midnight. We're going to have some laughs, renowned guest comedians, and all-around tomfoolery. You may walk by day, but you can now fly by night with me, Ken Severa, Saturday at midnight, here on AM 560, The Answer.
For the first time ever on American soil, 2 European basketball teams will be facing off against each other right here in Chicago. Maccabi Tel Aviv holds 51 Israeli championship titles and 6 European titles. They'll be taking on Olimpia Milano. They hold 26 Italian championship titles. Where else could you get a chance to experience something like this? Come show your support for either Israel or Italy October 1st at the United Center. Visit Ticketmaster.com or win tickets right now by being caller number 5 to 312. Dan's dialing right now, 642-5600. Caller number 5 wins 2 tickets to the Maccabi Tel Aviv versus Olimpia Milano basketball game at the United Center October 1st. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. Vice President Joe Biden already repenting with the Pope in town at 6:06.
But first, let's go into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Pope Francis begins his U.S. visit on a clear start to your day. WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. He made a name for himself with his bat, glove, and words. Baseball Hall of Famer Yogi Berra has died. Fox News Radio's Tanya J. Powers has more live.
He died of natural causes at his home in New Jersey. Berra played in more World Series games than any other major leaguer. It was a 3-time American League MVP.
Larry Berra, they call him Yogi. His very first time at the plate in the major leagues against the A's. And what does he do? He hits a home run.
He won 10 championships with the Yankees. 8 of his iconic sayings like, "It ain't over till it's over," were even included in Bartlett's familiar quotations. Yogi Berra was 90 years old, Dave.
Tanya, Pope Francis is waking up in America for the first time. Crowds cheered his arrival yesterday, and more will watch his official welcoming ceremony this morning at the White House, where Fox News Radio's John Decker's live.
In a little over 2 hours, the president will welcome Pope Francis to the White House with a formal arrival ceremony on the South Lawn and an estimated 15,000 people in attendance. After the president and the pontiff make brief remarks, the leaders will head into the Oval Office. Administration officials say those talks will be centered not on advancing a political agenda, but on committing to shared values. Following his meeting with the president, Pope Francis will take part in a parade around the National Mall, hold a prayer meeting with U.S. bishops, and celebrate Mass at the Basilica of the National Shrine of the Immaculate Conception. Dave?
John, the president's declared a wildfire-charred part of Northern California a disaster area. The flames around Lake County burned down more than 1,200 homes.
They're
traumatized. I mean, it's very sad to go to their lot, and we're just hearing that, they've lost everything.
Emily Rogan with United Policyholders, helping those people deal with insurance claims. Another fire south of Sacramento burned down 550 homes. A NATO soldier's been killed in Afghanistan in an attack near a major air base. We haven't been told if it's an American casualty. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
This morning we have 58 degrees, clear skies, 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott, the lawyer representing the woman who has made allegations of sexual assault against Blackhawks player Patrick Kane, scheduling a news conference for this afternoon. Thomas Ioannou confirmed in a text to the AP that the lawyer will address reporters at his office in downtown Buffalo today. Chicago's mayor is challenging aldermen to back his budget. In the mayoral budget address, turned out it was as much as a pep talk as an explanation of why multiple millions of new dollars in property taxes may be needed. AM 560's David Stewart explains.
Mayor Emanuel told the alderman to keep changing decades of bad financial habits.
Let us commit to finishing the job.
He said budget cuts won't repair the city's pension, so $500 million in higher property taxes is necessary.
Raising property taxes is a last resort.
And he urged the alderman to do the right thing, even though
I know it carries political risk. I get it.
He also wants another property tax for crowded, crumbling schools.
We as a city are better than that.
And Emanuel said they'll go down in history.
We will be remembered as the men and women who pulled Chicago back from the financial brink and made Chicago stronger.
David Stewart, Chicago.
Chicago police are trying to identify a dismembered toddler found in a lagoon earlier this month, and they've collected DNA from relatives of children who've gone missing from as far away as Rockford. Former U.S. House Speaker Dennis Hastert has again asked a federal judge to push back a deadline for pretrial motions in his hush money case. A former Illinois State University student will have to wait till next week to find out if he will be convicted on felony charges following the death of another student in a hit and run. A McLean County judge found Joshua Dunn of Lombard guilty of several lesser charges, including misdemeanor DUI, yesterday. Dunn was behind the wheel last January when he struck a Crystal Lake native, Benjamin Allison, near the school's Normal campus. And an NCAA filing is showing that the University of Illinois spent more than $650,000 spent on a Chicago law firm investigating racial discrimination and abuse accusations in the women's basketball program. That firm's report cleared Coach Matt Bellat and the school of any
It has been hard in one sense because
Tigers over the White Sox in 10, 2-1. Cubs over Milwaukee 4-0. Behind the 20th
even
win
though,
of Jake
as you know,
the news
Aquinas
service of Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique. You are not alone. Call their 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MAD-HELP, or mad.org.
Of abortion.
Check of traffic and weather
what
is
I'm
next
not prepared
on AM 560.
is impose a rigid
I
view,
believe we should be at
precise
war.
view.
I know Democrats are
Rigid
at war.
sounds,
They wake up
pejorative.
every
Precise
morning
view
and they
that is born
think
out
about,
of my
and then
faith
they go to war
on other
how
people
can
who are
they
equally
take
God,
away more of what
equally
you make.
as committed to life,
Man,
equally
our
as committed
founding
to
fathers would be disgusted with us.
And
The Joe Walsh
I'm prepared to
Show,
accept
weeknights
the
starting
moment of
at 5,
conception of
right
human
after
life and
Sean
being.
Hannity at 2
But
on
I'm not
AM 560.
prepared to say
The
that
Answer.
to other God-fearing,
How do you
non-God-fearing
stay connected
people
to
that
your
have a
business when
different
your
view?
work
And
has you traveling
even
from Miami
if
on
you wanna start a
Monday to
theological
Tacoma on
discussion, I'll get
Tuesday? You call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. Regis offers drop-in business lounges, meeting rooms, and office space in more than 3,000 locations worldwide, allowing you to work from anywhere at any time, all on your terms. Call Regis today at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
6:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Reagan Tollway, westbound 88 at the Aurora Toll Plaza. There's a crash. One right lane is blocked. Eastbound traffic moves normally. The Edens is fine, so is the candidate for now. Inbound Eisenhower, stop and go Mannheim to Harlem. It's 38 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound fine at 29. Mount Stevenson, slow Harlem to Kedzie. 39 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Farther south, some delays on 55 northbound from Weber to 53. Inbound Ryan, 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 20 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford, 25. Traffic is a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. While many rose up with violence, he sat down for peace. Mahatma Gandhi reached out with the strength cultivated within his soul. Pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life, values.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Mostly sunny today, high 77, mainly clear night, low 55, then sun and some clouds for tomorrow with a high 75, and a partly cloudy night with a low 58. For Friday, partial sunshine, high of 75. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer. 60 at O'Hare, 62 along the lakefront. Next news coming up at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Fly By Night with Ken Severa. Heard Saturday evenings at midnight here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Hillary Clinton wading into a very hot-button issue, announcing her opposition to the Keystone Pipeline, a decision that already has Republicans pouncing.
And I oppose it because I don't think it's in the best interests of what we need to do to combat climate change.
I apologize for being perfect.
That would be you, because I would never say a thing like that. Is that you?
That's very good.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning. What is up? Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. So over the last couple of days, we've been talking about a person's faith and whether or not the faith of a candidate for office matters. Does it matter? And a secondary question, does a candidate's faith matter if it doesn't even matter to the candidate? And I'll take your calls 312-642-5600. That's the turnkey.pro. Answer line 64636DA is the turnkey.pro text line. That second question came to mind after watching Joe Biden's interview. Joe Biden's the vice president of the United States still. He's probably going to get into the presidential campaign. I think he is.
He will.
I hope he is. He sat down for an interview with Father Matt Malone to talk about his alleged Catholicism. Joe Biden's Catholic, allegedly. And here's a little bit of this exchange between Father Matt Malone and Joe Biden on Joe Biden's faith and his faith as it pertains to his public responsibilities as an office holder.
And yet there have been times when talking about specific public policies where you've had to take positions that were at odds with the bishops of this country on contentious questions like abortion. Has that been hard for you?
It has been. It has been hard in one sense because I'm prepared to accept a fide doctrine on a whole range of issues as a Catholic. Even though, as you know, Aquinas argued about, in Summa Theologica, about human life and being when it occurs, I'm prepared to accept as a matter of faith, my wife and I, my family, the issue of abortion. But what I'm not prepared to do is impose a rigid view, precise view, rigid sounds pejorative, a precise view that is born out of my faith on other people who are equally God-fearing, equally as committed to life, equally as committed to the sanctity of life. And I'm prepared to accept that the moment of conception is human life and being. But I'm not prepared to say that to other God-fearing, non-God-fearing people that have a different view.
That is...
Why not?
Well, that's a staggering statement on a number of levels. I mean, Joe Biden he's a very confused young man of 70. And just put aside for a moment, hearing Joe Biden use Latin and, of all things, invoke the name of Thomas Aquinas like he read and understands anything that was in Summa Theologica.
He might. I mean, that's conjecture on your part. Maybe.
Well, it's not conjecture on my part when he suggests that Aquinas's views in Summa Theologica lead him to this view that I accept as a matter of faith the issue of abortion, meaning what he said, life begins at conception. That's what he said. I accept that de fide as de fide doctrine, meaning of the faith, meaning an essential to the Catholic faith. But I'm not going to impose my view on other people who are equally God-fearing, equally committed to life, equally committed to the sanctity of life. Well, there's a couple of things there. One is, if you are pro-life and you're, say, for example, a senior officer at Planned Parenthood, then you're not equally committed to the sanctity of life. Is that a controversial statement? I don't think so. One is clearly committed to the sanctity of all human life, the position Joe Biden says he holds. The other, I would suggest, the other, like operating a baby part salvage yard, I would say not quite as committed to the sanctity of human life. Can we make those distinctions? The other thing is the idea of imposing views. I've said this ad nauseum, but why stop now? Every single law on the books is reflective of someone's morality. The idea that there are some people imposing their views through the law and other people advocating positions that they would like to see inculcated in the law, and some are imposing their views and others are not imposing their views. Everything. The law is reflective of our culture, our social norms, the things that we'd say we value and want to protect. So this idea that I'm going to take a rhetorical position that life begins at conception, but I'm not going to do anything about it because I don't want to impose my view, number one, is a complete cop-out. Number two, it's a complete misunderstanding of the faith he professes to have. Number three, if you believe life begins at conception, that supersedes all other arguments because you're saying it is human life and thus human life is deserved of protection. And frankly, in a secular sense, we have laws that protect human beings from other regarding actions like killing. So this is Joe Biden trying to sound reasonable and have it a little bit of both ways because he has spent the last 40 years in the Senate, frankly, being a traitor to his faith. He was also asked if there's a place in the Democrat Party for people who are pro-life, and he said, absolutely. I'd like to identify that place.
Is there
where
a
is that
pro-life
place?
Democrat? There's got somebody from a red state.
Well, Dan Lipinski. Dan Lipinski.
Okay.
There may be one or two left, but you want to compare the diversity of opinion on that issue in the Democrat Party to the Republican Party?
So
Which party is orthodox? Which party is imposing their views and demanding that you hew the line?
Joe Biden, yes, he sounds conflicted, but he doesn't want his party to turn on him. So he's giving
Exactly.
So he's giving this interview, and he seems shamed by his feeling of faith and his pro-life.
He should be shamed.
Well, you can hear it in his voice. I don't even see his face. I could just hear it in his voice.
He should be shamed. And here's his party, by the way. This from Charles Cook. Caught this in National Review Online. Over at HuffPost Women, which I guess is some
we have our own.
of...
Get your paws off my HuffPost Women. You're not supposed to go there, Dan.
I didn't. I went to National Review, and it somehow bled over into the National Review. This hashtag campaign, Shout Your Abortion.
What?
Hashtag Shout Your Abortion. This is an effort to encourage women to share their stories of having abortions to help end the shame and stigma surrounding abortion.
One more time.
Shout your abortion.
Yeah.
Hashtag.
Got it. I wrote that down.
Yeah, sure. This is according to Nina Bahadur. Women on Twitter, Bahadur reports, are sharing their stories to help end the shame and stigma surrounding abortion. So are we still in the...
Oh, my God.
And Charles Cook...
That'll encourage young women to get abortions.
And Charles Cook asks the question, so if we're kind of loud and proud now about abortion, are we still in that place that pro-choicers say they're in, some pro-choicers, not all, but some, where we want, particularly at the leadership level, the real liars, that we want abortion to be safe, legal, and rare? Shout your abortion doesn't seem to me consistent with the idea that we're just talking about abortion in these exigent circumstances. We want it to be safe, legal, and rare. That sounds like something to celebrate. Just asking. By the way,
is there a T-shirt for that too? Hashtag shout your abortion?
I don't know.
That is insane.
I don't know. This is just launched, so maybe the merchandising will follow.
I'll get you a mug for Christmas.
Yeah.
You could smash on the floor.
By the way, just to,
Oh, it's trending big on social media right now. Oh, they have a color. And yes, they have T-shirts, Dan.
No. Superb. By the way, just to cross the aisle for a minute, this is interesting and encouraging in terms of self-policing.
Mm-hmm.
A resolution to support the censure of Mark Kirk. Aurora Township Republican Central Committee has passed a resolution censuring Mark Kirk for being the sole member of the Republican Senate to ally with Senate Democrats in voting to continue taxpayer funding of Planned Parenthood. It's nice to see some internal discipline at least efforted by a Republican Party organization. I hope other local Republican Party organizations will follow the lead of the Aurora Township Republican Central Committee and offer their own censure of that egregious decision that Mark Kirk made. Joe in Villa Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, Amy and Dan.
Morning.
What I would like to say is our elected officials are taking oath to uphold the laws of the land. Therefore, their religious beliefs don't really make, a difference.
Well, hold on a second, Joe. So let's rewind that one step. How are the laws of the land? How the laws of the land? They're made by people who have different faith traditions, different views. Maybe no faith tradition, but that's a different one. So they're
elected by.
But they're informed. So the laws are informed by people of faith or no faith, making political decisions informed by their faith. So they reflect someone's morality. Every single law.
To a point, yes, but it is the law of the land. I am not for abortion.
Right.
But it is the law of the land. So let's get the law changed and go from there.
No,
try and appeal Roe versus Wade.
I agree. No, I agree with that. I mean, I agree that you swore an oath to uphold the Constitution. I'm not sure how well that oath is abided by most politicians, but as well as to enforce the laws, I agree with that. And I agree that you have to go through, in this representative republic form of government, you have to go through the legislative process if you want to change laws that you don't like. I just want to get to the point where people understand this idea that some people are trying to impose their morality and other people are not. When we're talking about passing a law or repealing a law, everybody is trying to impose their view of what they think is right and wrong. That's all.
Exactly. So, hey, Dan, it was great to talk to you to where you agree with what I said.
All right. Thanks for the call.
Have a good day.
Thanks for the call, Joe. I appreciate it. So this is going to be very interesting. I wonder if Pope Francis will make the time to provide some spiritual counsel to Joe Biden. I think he has more hope, perhaps, than the president. Greg in Schaumburg.
Hey, Dan, thanks for taking the call. In your most recent Upstream Ideas piece, you make this point so brilliantly that if there is no absolute morality, and although you really don't quote Aquinas in it, then it is the state that is determining what is freedom at every step of the way.
Right.
And that's exactly what's going on right now.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Greg. That's exactly right. So Joe Biden's abdication of his faith, something fills that void. And to Greg's point, to Aquinas' point, the state fills it.
So help me God. It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine today. Gorgeous for your first full day of fall. Feels more like the summer, that's for sure. A high in the upper 70s, reaching near 80 degrees in the outlying suburbs. And tomorrow, more of the same. More sunshine, a few high clouds, no big deal. A high of 75. Let's see if there's a big deal on the roadway. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Morning, Dan. Arlington Heights got a big problem. Eastbound Palatine Road is closed at 53. There's a rollover truck crash, and the exit ramps from 53 to eastbound Palatine Road are shut down because of that. Inbound Kennedy, slow Cumberland to around Montrose, about 23 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 21. The Eisenhower, delay start at Manheim. It's 43 minutes. Thorndale to downtown already, outbound 38. Stevenson, looking at a travel time of about 40 minutes from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, it's fine. Bryan, 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. Reagan Tollway eastbound, slow 31 to the Aurora Toll Plaza. There's a westbound crash there in the right lane. And then 88 is also slow eastbound. Eola to 59. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
AM 560 has a brand new mobile app, and it can do some pretty cool things. You can download podcasts of this show straight from the app. You can set an alarm to wake you up every morning with Dan and Amy. And, of course, you can listen to AM 560 wherever you are, right on the mobile app. And if you download or upgrade to the new mobile app between now and October 9th, you'll be able to enter to win an all-expenses-paid trip to Cancun, Mexico for a week-long stay at the beautiful Secrets the Vine all-inclusive resort, courtesy of our good friends over at Apple Vacations. To get the app for your mobile device so you can register to win the trip, go to 560theanswer.com/mobile. That's 560theanswer.com/mobile and download Paradise, available from both Apple and Android-powered devices, presented by Permaseal Basement Systems.
There are two kinds of pain. Pain that goes away and the worst kind, chronic pain. If you suffer from chronic pain, life is not complete and it can be miserable. Unfortunately, most people use narcotics that mask the pain. You need to find the source of the chronic pain and get relief.
This is Dr. Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in the management of pain, and our team are national leaders as well as being educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. You know, there's a nationwide narcotics epidemic, and people are too quick to mask over chronic pain instead of looking for the cause and treating or eliminating the pain. Contact us. We will help you.
Go to mypainchicago.com. Call and make an appointment with some of the best pain people in the nation, located here in Chicago. mypainchicago.com. You or someone you know suffers. End the suffering of chronic pain. mypainchicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Think you're fat? You might just be bloated. Find out by calling now for a free trial of Nubiotics, the new breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast. For a free trial, call 1-800-655-8385.
I used to be plagued by potbelly and constant bloating. After taking Nubiotics, my belly flattened and continues to get flatter. My sense of bloating and discomfort is gone.
If you've got a big belly, you might not be fat. You might just be bloated. Nubiotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. So just think how much better you'll look and feel. Think you might be bloated? Call now for a free trial of Nubiotics and see how much flatter it makes your belly. You might be surprised. But hurry, call now for details while these free trials last. 1-800-655-8385. That's 1-800-655-8385. 1-800-655-8385.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Did you guys win this weekend? This past weekend?
Northwestern beat Duke, yeah. They're 3-0.
Oh, so is Iowa.
Yeah.
We play you October 17th.
Right.
Not that I'm waiting for that game, but
exciting.
That game.
By that time, there'll be a couple of Big Ten also-rans, so that's okay. But it's exciting now.
Yeah.
Here's some more excitement from Northwestern. And as you know, every time I mention Northwestern, I'm mentioning it because they're doing something that devalues my degree from Northwestern, and they're at it again, of course. A new online Northwestern University Sex 101 class.
Sex 101?
Yeah.
They offer that?
Yeah, this is apparently a follow-up to Professor Michael Bailey's human sexuality class where they did, that live sex toy demonstration.
Oh, that's
with
right.
A power tool of some sort. Maybe
am I at a strip club or am I in class?
Maybe that'll be part of the discussion in the Sex 101 class. But this is to demystify the subject of sex for freshmen. Because by the time you're 18 years old and you're smart enough to get into Northwestern, mom and dad probably haven't done a sufficient job in educating you about these matters. This is where, your university administrators come in. They want to demystify the subject for freshmen with this online Sex 101 class. A series of short videos, Students will be able to learn the basics about sex and reproduction. Like, where do babies come from? That's something that Northwestern freshmen apparently don't know.
I learned that in 6th grade.
Yeah, if you Google it, said the vice chair for research in obstetrics and gynecology at the Northwestern Feinberg School of Medicine. If you Google it, there's nothing out there like this, I'm sure, because
if I Google
most universities...
where do babies come from?
No, with these classes. Yeah, the stork brings them. Everybody knows that. Reproduction is one of those things where we don't assemble the definitions, the fundamental science, and the health outcomes in one place that is easily accessible to the public. Really?
How many college credits can I get if I take this class?
I don't. Yeah, you
one or maybe 3, or
you can audit it. Yeah, maybe you'll get an honorary degree in sex education from Northwestern. Woodruff, this person who's flacking for this idiotic online course. For many college freshmen, they may have had information in a sex ed class in school, but some of them have not really had a good education on the topic. For some, this information is a little bit embarrassing or taboo. So, you want to make it comfortable there at Sodom and Gomorrah in Evanston. Some videos feature Woodruff in the laboratory, another with her beside a chalkboard, another using a hologram with hologram models of anatomical regions. So that's going to be fun. Yeah. This is a place you should not consider spending $50,000 a year, $60,000 a year now to send your child for the umpteenth time, I shall say it. Northwestern University, go anywhere else.
Nasty, real nasty.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
AST for Industry. This is John Haidt. My company is Anti-Seize Technology. We are the company behind hundreds of products used by industry and manufacturing worldwide. For over 35 years, my local company has made lubricants, adhesives, and sealants. I put my products up against any other company for quality and value. That's why we say AST for Industry.
Your maintenance crew can save time, money, and your equipment. Slick-On Flow Lube is a superior spray-on industrial lubrication for your sliding, rolling, squeaky, turning, press-fitting needs. Slick-On Flow Lube keeps your equipment in service and reduces costly breakdowns. Slick-On Flow Lube is a great product for your maintenance team from Anti-Seize Technology.
We will prove products from Anti-Seize Technology are better for your industry. Contact us for a demonstration. Go to AST4Industry.com. Remember, AST4Industry.com. Check out our line of lubricants, adhesives, and sealants for your company. AST4Industry.com.
So often on this show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, foreign policy, Northwestern Sex 101 classes. But on this show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. So one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website, along with the Illinois Policy Institute, called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find info that will inform the discussions we're having here on this show and elsewhere. We want to broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream Speaking of Against the Current, interview posted today, roundtable discussion on religious freedom, timely with Pope Francis's visit. You want to check that out. So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new info and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
AM 560, The Answer.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. You can keep your sex class over there.
Yeah.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
George Michael, perfect lead-in to talk to a Loyola law professor about Pope Francis's visit. We'll do that at 6:36.
And what's in a name? We'll explain. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to the very well-behaved Mike Scott.
63 degrees, partly cloudy skies. And speaking of the pontiff, he'll have a busy schedule on day one in the U.S. Pope attending an official welcoming ceremony at the White House today. Some Democrats in the House are urging Pope Francis to address specific issues: immigration, climate change, and poverty.
To His Holiness, Pope Francis, when you visit Washington, D.C., we hope you will speak in support of comprehensive immigration reform.
Pope Francis, comprehensive immigration reform would bring 11 million Americans out of the shadows.
Democrats Xavier Becerra and Loretta Sanchez. 1 in 4 Democrats this morning apparently want Vice President Joe Biden to be America's next president. Latest national Bloomberg poll shows Biden with 25% support this morning. That's only 8 points behind frontrunner Hillary Clinton, who is now voicing opposition to the proposed Keystone XL pipeline.
Unfortunately, from my perspective, one that interferes with our ability to move forward to deal with all the other issues. Therefore, I oppose it.
A Florida sheriff is mourning the death of a retired deputy shot and killed in the line of duty.
I can't say enough good things about Deputy Myers, and so I won't attempt to tell you the good things about that man. I would tell you he was dedicated. He was a professional. He was committed to this thing we call law enforcement.
Okaloosa County Sheriff Larry Ashley says Deputy Bill Myers was shot several times Tuesday after serving a domestic violence injunction. That suspect, Joel Smith, then drove himself to a hotel room, locked himself inside. After 2 hours of talks, officers then opened fire, and Smith died from multiple gunshot wounds. He's a baseball legend, but he may be better known as one of the beloved sons of St. Louis. Yogi Berra has passed away at the age of 90.
You know, we didn't have no dugouts when we played. We sat on the ground, or a bench was full with the players, and I was sitting on the ground with my legs crossed and my arms crossed. And he says, "You look like a yogi." That stuck.
One of the best and most beloved players to ever wear pinstripes, Berra did spend 18 of his 19 seasons with the Yankees. Lawyers representing the woman who has made an allegation of being sexually assaulted by a Blackhawks player, Patrick Kane, has scheduled a news conference for later this afternoon. Chicago's mayor is challenging aldermen to back his budget, $7.8 billion worth of spending. He does want a $543 million property tax increase. And a Chicago man is now the lead plaintiff in a class action lawsuit accusing Volkswagen of cheating on emissions tests for its so-called clean diesel engine. Micah Dorn's lawsuit is one of 3 filed against the car maker, which admits about 11 million vehicles contains software that turned on a clean operating mode only when the engine was undergoing official emissions testing. Detroit over the White Sox in 10, 2-1. Cubs back Jake Arrieta to his 20th win, 4-0, a victory over Milwaukee. The news service of the American Association for Cancer Research. Please support cancer research by donating today at aacrfoundation.org. A check of traffic and weather next on AM 560.
You saw him moderate the CNN presidential debate.
Hugh Hewitt, nice man.
Now you can see him live at Freedom Summit Chicago 2015. Hugh Hewitt is coming to Freedom Summit.
Hugh Hewitt.
Hugh Hewitt. Hugh Hewitt.
Hugh Hewitt.
And he joins an already packed lineup that includes Ann Coulter and AM 560's Sean Hannity. Freedom Summit Chicago on November 14th in Itasca with Hugh Hewitt, Sean Hannity, and Ann Coulter. Get your tickets today at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
How do you pregame on football Sunday? With a B-Dubs Bloody Hail Mary, of course. It won't just wake you up, it'll keep you going. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Drink responsibly.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I was on thyroid medicine for 5 years. I have completely got off of it, and all my blood work came back excellent.
It does a lot of good for me because I feel it works. The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
637 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Arlington Heights, Palatine Road eastbound is closed at 53 with a rollover crash, and the exit ramps from 53, both northbound and southbound, to eastbound Palatine Road. Those ramps are closed. Eden's inbound, little slowing approaching the junction. The Kennedy, 27 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 25. The Eisenhower, 45 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 38. Stevenson, 42 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 39. Ryan, 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford, both 25 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Reagan Tollway eastbound, slow 31 most of the way to 59. There's a westbound crash at the Aurora Toll. Traffic service of Chicago's Blue Cart Recycling Program. Food and liquids can ruin recycling in your Blue Cart. Be sure to empty all containers before recycling. To learn more, visit chicagorecycles.org. Remember, recycling, it's not trash. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Sunny and pleasant, 77 today, 55 overnight, 75 tomorrow, 61 at O'Hare. Our next news is at 7. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Financial Planning with Jack Taboda, your 401k specialist, whose goal is to protect, preserve, and grow your wealth. Saturday mornings at 7.
Coming up next, it's me, Mike Gallagher, right after Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, mourning the passing of Yogi Berra, one of baseball's all-time greats. And so I'll play a little game maybe this morning because Joe Biden offered a interview discussing his Catholic faith with Pope Francis in town. So Bidenism or Berraism?
Oh, okay.
How about that? Yeah.
That's a good one.
I've got one. We have to go spend money to keep from going bankrupt. Joe Biden or Yogi Berra?
Biden.
Yeah, good.
It ain't over till it's over.
Well,
Biden or Berra?
Can it be
I'm throwing
both?
you a softball one.
See, that's a trick question. It can be both because Joe Biden plagiarizes other people's work.
Oh, that's right.
So you have to be careful. You're not going to trip me up. All right, Pope Francis, as I suggested, has arrived, and he has got a full day in D.C. today. He's addressing a joint session of Congress tomorrow, the first pope to do so. How is he being received, understood by the media filter? How will that little meeting today with the assembled welcoming party, including President Obama, go? For answers to those questions and others, we're now joined by John Breen, who's a professor at Loyola University Chicago Law School. That is where I earned my law degree.
From Northwestern to Loyola.
Yes, boy. I don't know how to comment
Tomorrow
on that.
We'll go back to your high school.
Professor Breen, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So what was your reaction to the reception the Pope received both by the president yesterday, when he finally got there, and also the media more generally?
Well, I think it's what you'd expect, right? It was very warm, very gracious, right? It was a large party that received him there at the airport, at Andrews Air Force Base, which I also heard it was unusual for a president to do that, right? Normally they receive visiting, heads of state and other dignitaries, at the White House directly rather than go there. So it shows really a sign of respect and the president wanting to embrace Pope Francis in this visit.
So many people are making a big deal that he stepped into a Fiat instead of an armored limousine. Is that just indicative of his behavior and his humility?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's, yes, I mean, I think it is. I think he's a genuinely humble man. I do think that a lot is made, or the media tends to draw, the Western media, the media in the United States, they tends to draw, or tries to draw a contrast, a distinction between Pope Francis and his immediate predecessors, Benedict XVI and John Paul II. A lot was made, for example, after his election as Pope, that he didn't wear the red papal shoes, and instead wore, the ordinary shoes that he brought with him from Buenos Aires. And I do think that does reflect a humility, but there was a humility also in maintaining the traditions of the papacy, right? That the red shoes symbolize, right, the blood of the martyrs. That Peter's successor, the Bishop of Rome, the Pope, is called to, sacrifice himself out of love for Christ and His Church.
I also think
so. There's humility in both ways, right?
I also think the Fiat had a lot to. He's a big J-Lo fan too, so he likes Jennifer Lopez. I think that probably had something to do with it as well. Kind of a hat tip to Jennifer Lopez. But I wonder this statement that is being regurgitated and reprised by the media that Pope Francis made. That to your point, Professor Breen, this idea that he's different somehow than previous popes. He's not Catholic. His statement, "Who am I to judge?" The media often leaves out that last word in his statement, which was really important, because it's really what Pope Francis said was, "Who am I to judge him?" with a capital H, as in God.
Right. Well, no, he was also talking about an individual priest, right, who was engaged in irregular relations, right? I mean, had same-sex tendencies, and is on his way to conversion. I mean, that's the fuller context of which the statement is made, right? That they're committed to the gospel and trying to live a full Christian life, which, as the Pope as Francis has said, right, I'm a son of the Church. I believe what the Church teaches. The whole notion of him not being Catholic is absolutely preposterous. And I think, again, it shows a tendency in the media to try and, there's always a tendency to fit the Pope, who is a religious figure, right? He's a pastor. He's not really a political figure. But there's always this tendency to try and force the Pope to see him into political categories, to see him through a political lens, right?
Yeah.
And the category of politics is, it's left and right, it's liberal, it's conservative. Those are not the categories of faith, right? Those are the categories in which the Church thinks are in terms of true and false, and good and evil, of virtue and sin, and of wanting to act in ways that contribute to human flourishing, both in terms of the individual's life and the life of the family and the common good, and how that brings us closer to God. That's not the business of politics.
Right, but a lot of people think he has a progressive agenda because he's talking about inequality and, of course, climate change.
Yeah, well, I mean, in talking about inequality, he's really not saying anything different from what his predecessors said, right? What Benedict said and with his encyclical on the economy that was written right after or was issued right after the economic collapse in 2008. Caritas in Veritate. He's not really saying that much different from what John Paul II said in his numerous social encyclicals. But yeah, inequality is something that needs to be addressed, right? We have an obligation to one another. He's not I would say, however, a socialist. He's not recommending specific solutions to economic questions.
When he addresses the president today, when he addresses Congress tomorrow, you're not going to hear the Pope say, shut down the federal government to defund Planned Parenthood. You're not going to hear him talk about marginal tax rates. He's talking kind of at the transcendental level, and it's for policymakers and all of us, frankly, right, to have values inform our policy choices, and he's speaking at the value level.
He's speaking at the level of principle. That's right. He's not going to be endorsing specific policy proposals. Now, having said that, right, some principles and certain specific policies can be mutually exclusive, right? I mean, he believes in the sanctity of human life. He's not going to endorse abortion. That's just not going to happen. That's a sort of fantasy that certain dissident members of the church may have.
And also, I mean, I expect at some level he's going to talk about the primacy of the family. He is not going to endorse the redefinition of marriage. He may not talk about it in the way that we talk about that issue in a political or a cultural context, but I expect that he'll address in some manner or form the importance of the family.
No, absolutely. The church often refers to the family, right, as the cell or the original building block or the foundation of all of social life, right? It's a pre-political institution. It's not a creature of the state, and how it is important for the functioning and the flourishing of any society that the family be protected and nurtured. There's no doubt that he'll talk about that. I suspect it'd be part of what he addresses to Congress. It's a matter of sort of speculation. I don't know specifically what he's going to say there, but I suspect he will, and as well as his address to the United Nations when he goes to New York. And then also part of his visit is this meeting on the families is taking place in Philadelphia on Sunday, and then also there's this synod that will take place in Rome in October, the subject matter of which is the family.
What you're a law professor. John Breen is a law professor at Loyola University Chicago School of Law. You're a law professor at a Catholic institution. What would you suggest is the state of Catholic education at the higher ed level, and do you hope the Pope speaks to Catholic education broadly?
I don't think that's been a topic that he's addressed so far directly in his papacy. It was a topic that both Benedict XVI addressed, and even more so his predecessor, John Paul II. In 1990, John Paul II issued an apostolic constitution called Excordia Ecclesia, which means it's Latin for from the heart of the church, and said that Catholic universities, their place in the church is at its heart, right? Because the faith is not only a faith of the heart, but also of the head, right? It engages the whole person. And it's essential that institutions that operate, at least ostensibly, under Catholic sponsorship actually live that identity, have a meaningful and robust identity as such.
Do you think that's where brand name Catholic universities like Loyola and Notre Dame are today? Do you think they're living what Pope John Paul II suggested they live?
I think it's very much, a mixed bag, right? That there are some institutions that live that identity more fully, and others that fall short. I'd say as a general matter, many Jesuit universities are not what they should be. It's difficult to see, in many ways, how some of them are meaningfully Catholic in a way that truly distinguishes them. Does it really inform the intellectual life of the school in terms of the thinking that, faculty, who are those who are primarily responsible for carrying on the mission of the school, does it inform their academic lives? And do they impart that? Do they share that with their students? That's not to say that, looking at issues, doesn't matter what the issue is in humanities or social sciences or, like law or what have you, that it's not open, that different points of view, that even those points of view that are antithetical to a Catholic worldview shouldn't be presented and discussed. That's not the case. No, Benedict didn't say that. John Paul didn't say that. I strongly suspect that Francis would not be in favor of sort of closing dialogue like that. But it is to say that a Catholic point of view ought to be part of the life of the institution. And you mentioned Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame, on the relative spectrum of things, right, compared to say like Georgetown. Georgetown, there's a Jesuit presence there. There are a few faculty that are deeply engaged in the intellectual life of the church. But it's a very, in many ways, secular institution. I don't think you could say the same thing about Notre Dame. And I say that I should disclose the fact I attended Notre Dame as an undergraduate. There's a little tarnish on the Golden Dome, too, in sort of its Catholic identity.
Yeah, sure. How about inviting President Obama? Professor Breen, we're going to have to leave it there. Professor Breen, law professor at Loyola University Chicago School of Law. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Today, plenty of sunshine for your first full day of fall. How exciting. A high of 77 degrees. Tonight, clear, lows in the mid-50s. And tomorrow, plenty of sunshine. We will have a few clouds hanging around, but no big deal. A high in the mid-70s. Let's get the travel times, and here's Jim Telemonte.
Thank you, Amy. Well, it looks like an unholy mess in Arlington Heights. Eastbound Palatine Road is shut down at 53 with a rollover truck crash. Exit ramps from 53 to eastbound Palatine are closed. 53 itself, though, has no significant delay. The Edens, 21 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. The Kennedy, 35 minutes either way between O'Hare and downtown. The inbound Ike, 55 minutes already. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 40. The Stevenson, 42 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eastbound Adams Tollway, it's jamming up now from the Elgin Toll to 59 and Toohey to the Kennedy. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Global manufacturing center stage on Wall Street. Investors paying close attention to trading activity in the commodity and debt markets. Those stories next.
We gave Tom 12 seconds to give 6 reasons why he opened a Mathnasium Learning Center franchise.
Okay. Great income potential. Doing good for kids. Doing what I love. Making math make sense to kids. 500 centers open already. 1 every 3 days. Mathnasium taught me the business. Helps me. Supports me.
Time's up. Pretty good. For franchise information, visit mathnasium.com or take the first step right now. Call 855-361-MATH. That's 855-361-6284.
Business Loans Now is most known for 60-minute approvals and same-day funding for businesses across this greatest nation on God's green earth. This is Michael Medved for Business Loans Now, where your business cash flow is way more important than personal credit. Funding can be used for cash flow, equipment, payroll, and startups. Business Loans Now can also help with additional funding if your business has recently been underfunded by another lender. To find out how much your business could qualify for, I encourage you to visit businessloansnow.com.
We'll see whether Wall Street investors are able to rebound from yesterday's more than 1% sell-off. Investors reacting today to reports on manufacturing in this country, China, and Europe. Investor reaction to those reports will likely influence trading in the commodity and debt markets as well. Global growth concerns driving the 10-year Treasury yield near a one-month low. Gold prices coming off a 2-day slide, beginning today near $1,225 an ounce. The crude oil market also in focus. Investors paying a lot of attention ahead of the Energy Department's weekly report on gasoline and crude oil inventories. Concerns about softening energy demand pushing the October crude contract down nearly 2% yesterday, settling under $46 a barrel. A reminder to join us for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
I can tolerate a lot of things. I tolerate the annoying way my son-in-law Tom says schedule. I tolerate my buddy's weird snort laugh. I even tolerate my neighbor who hasn't returned my tools. I'm looking at you, Mike. I can see my wrench from here. But as I've gotten older, the one thing I can't tolerate is risk surrounding my retirement. I'm not about to risk missing out on the things I've always wanted to do, or worse yet, risk having to go back to work. I need to do everything I can to make sure that my financial plan stays the course. I won't tolerate anything less than that.
At the mutual fund store, we understand that every investor is unique and has different levels of risk they can tolerate. Let us help you find an investing strategy that fits your needs and comfort level. Schedule a free portfolio review with us today.
Hi, I'm Doug Bash with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
Thank you to all of our listeners who have purchased thousands of MyPillows over the last 18 months, and you're enjoying your best sleep ever, but that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It is so important to get a great night's sleep. You don't want to wait any longer. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, and more. It's American-made, which makes me feel good at night. Plus, MyPillow is washable. It keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. A 10-year warranty on this bad boy. A 60-day full money-back guarantee if you are not satisfied. It's been named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. So for the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Use the promo code Amy. Do it now, 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Promo code Amy, 800-489-0201.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Do shopping online and using public Wi-Fi make you vulnerable to identity theft? Does giving out your social security number put you at risk? Is your dog at risk of identity theft? Yes, yes, and no. Your dog has absolutely nothing to worry about. But we do live in a world that can expose a lot of personal information, and that can lead to having your identity stolen and losing everything you've worked for. That's why at LifeLock, we use proprietary technology to detect a wide variety of threats. And unlike free credit monitoring services, we have a dedicated U.S.-based staff to help restore your identity if it ever is compromised. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But if you ask yourself whether you're worth protecting with the best, isn't the answer a resounding yes? Plans start at $9.99 a month, and now you can get 10% off. Go to lifelock.com and use promo code NEWS.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
The Jersey City Board of Education getting pressure from Muslim American families to have no school on Muslim holidays. Their reactions at 7:07.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, the Board of Education of Prospect Heights, District 23, makes a final offer. A lawyer for Patrick Kane's accuser to hold a news conference later today. And a mainly sunny and pleasant day ahead. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. Thousands hope to even just get a glimpse of Pope Francis today.
He's just not a Catholic Pope, he's the people's Pope.
He'll parade around the National Mall in Washington, then celebrate Mass at a D.C. church. But first, Pope Francis will officially be welcomed to America.
In about 1 hour, the president will host Pope Francis at the White House for the first time. The South Lawn will be packed with 15,000 lucky ticket holders, excited to see the 78-year-old Pope who is making his maiden visit to the U.S. Congress. An Oval Office meeting with the pontiff will follow that.
That's Fox News Radio's John Decker at the White House. A sheriff's deputy shot in the back and killed in Florida while serving a domestic violence restraining order. The suspect was later killed in a confrontation with police. Bill Myers had come out of retirement to earn money for trips to Disney World when he was killed. Hillary Clinton, under pressure from rival Bernie Sanders and environmentalists, has taken a stand against the Keystone Oil Pipeline, calling it
a distraction from the important work we have to do to combat climate change.
Republicans believe the Texas to Canada pipeline will help the economy. The Obama administration's holding it up in a long review. There's news on Clinton's private emailing while Secretary of State. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland, live in Washington.
The Democratic presidential candidate claimed thousands of emails had been deleted from her personal server. But now we're hearing that investigators have recovered at least some of them. It's not clear how many messages have been found or what's in them. The recovery of the emails was first reported by Bloomberg News. An intelligence source told Fox News earlier this month that investigators were confident they could recover the deleted records. Dave.
Rachel, a baseball Hall of Famer has died. Yogi Berra won more World Series than any other player, 10, but the Yankee great will also be remembered for his words.
And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Yogiisms like it ain't over till it's over were his legacy, though some may not actually have come from him, prompting this one. I didn't really say everything I said. Berra was 90, died of natural causes. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Partly sunny and 62 degrees, 7:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. The Board of Education of Prospect Heights District 23 reporting this morning they have made their best and final offer to the Prospect Heights Education Association. They did so about 12:40 this morning. The Board of Education is now asking unionized teachers to vote on that proposal today so students can return to the classroom tomorrow. Classes for today are canceled. Lawyer representing the woman who has made an allegation of being sexually assaulted by a Chicago Blackhawks player, Patrick Kane, has scheduled a news conference for later today. Thomas Ioannou confirmed in a text to the Associated Press that he will address reporters at his office in downtown Buffalo. No other details were provided. Chicago's mayor challenging aldermen to back his budget, presenting a $7.8 billion package to the city council. Mayor Emanuel challenged aldermen to have the courage to approve hundreds of millions of dollars in new taxes.
Either we muster the political courage to deal with the mounting challenges we inherited, or we repeat the same practices and allow the financial challenges to grow.
Emanuel says he wants an exemption for homeowners whose home values are $250,000 or less, but he has to get that approval from Springfield. Chicago police are trying to identify a dismembered toddler found in a lagoon earlier this month and are collecting DNA from relatives of children who've gone missing from as far away as Rockford. And Missouri's Attorney General is accusing Walgreen Company of violating a settlement reached last year over pricing practices. The Attorney General of Missouri, Chris Koster's office, asked a judge to hold the suburban Chicago-based retailer in contempt for violating terms of a 2014 deal. Tigers over the White Sox in 10, 2-1. Cubs beat Milwaukee 4-0. Jake Arrieta now has 20 wins. The news service of Illinois Partners for Clean Air. Why waste time and money idling in traffic? Catch up on your to-do list or connect with friends while riding public trans. You could save $975 per month. Learn to breathe easy and save easy with Illinois Partners for Clean Air, cleantheair.org. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The FICO score is not really even a good indication that you pay your debts back.
Dave Ramsey.
What it's an indication of is, do you love debt? And are you planning on staying in debt continually, forever? If you're running around trying to build your FICO score and you call that winning with money, you're stupid. Was I unclear? I hope not. Because you're not winning with money. That's the point.
It's the Dave Ramsey Show, tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Where do more than 2 million people go each day to do their best work? They go to Regis. Regis has beautifully designed tech-powered offices and co-working spaces with full admin support. Let Regis manage the details for you so you can focus on your business. Call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES to get up and running fast, without the hassle. Join the 2 million people who have found a better way to work. And right now, get a free office or meeting room for a day when you call 1-800-OFFICES. Regis, here to help you grow.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP.
And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
7:05 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. The very latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eastbound Palatine Road remains closed at 53 with a rollover crash. Exit ramps from 53 to eastbound Palatine are shut down as well. The Edens inbound is 21 minutes like Cook to Montrose outbound 25. The Kennedy, about 36 minutes either way between O'Hare and downtown. Inbound Eisenhower, brutal. Starting at North Avenue, it's an hour and 10 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. 55 minutes from Manheim, outbound 40 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 55 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 50. Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State. Slow from 111th to LaGrange Road, from the Stevenson to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. The eastbound Adams Tollway stop and go, 31 to 59, and 2-way to the Kennedy. Reagan Tollway delays Randall to 59, Veterans Memorial. Slow Boughton to the Reagan Tollway, and Butterfield to Roosevelt. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, mostly sunny, high 77. Tonight, mainly clear, low 55. Tomorrow, sunny to partly cloudy, high 75, and a partly cloudy night, low 58. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
58 at O'Hare, 64 along the lakefront. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Fox River Periodontics, Chicagoland specialist with dental implants. To get your smile back, visit implantsforme.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Hillary Clinton wading into a very hot-button issue, announcing her opposition to the Keystone Pipeline, a decision that already has Republicans pouncing.
And I oppose it because I don't think it's in the best interests of what we need to do to combat climate change.
I apologize for being perfect.
That would be you, because I would never say a thing like that.
Is
that you?
That's very good.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So, coming to a school district near you, by the way, that Mike Scott report on Prospect Heights School District, last best final offer to the teachers on that strike. It'd be interesting to see what happens if they reject it. If they reject it, will the Prospect Heights School Board
hire scabs?
It's not scabs.
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, they aren't scabs because they wouldn't be coming back. Just fire the entire staff and then
at some point
have new teachers come in.
At some point, somebody is going to have to, do to some public sector union what Reagan did to the air traffic controllers to send a message that there are no blank checks in this world, something that the public sector unions just completely reject by their conduct. At some point, somebody's going to have to draw a line and actually stand it.
Because it is a gracious offer that the school board in District 23 is offering the teachers. They just want a little more. I mean, 3.2, 3.9, it's a raise. And they're saying no to it, and it's I have to side with the school board, whereas at first I sided with the teachers.
Well, at some point, I just wonder why some of these employers on the public sector side don't put it to the market test. They have pretty good indication that the market test would be beneficial to them and the district. I know change is a frightening thing to most people, but when we talked to the school board president, she said they have between 200 and 300 applications for every one of the 13 positions they filled last year.
Yeah, for every teaching position, that many.
This is much like we talk about with politicians. This is the only person who can be a state rep or a state senator or congressman in this particular district. Hardly. This is the only person who could possibly be a governor of a state. Hardly. There's a lot of talented people out there. that could enter politics. There's a lot of talented people out there that are teachers looking to teach somewhere. Boy, I would like to see more market testing done when you have an intransigent union on the other side.
Well, I do know a few teachers from Betsy Ross School, and they want to sign that contract. They think the offer is great, and they want to get back to work. And it's hard because, it's a union divided. Because half the people want more money. The other half say, we have good jobs here. I'm appreciative. I want to get back in the classroom. And in their defense, the school board president who we had on, Mary Lynn Peters, she did say that she does like the teachers. And that
of
the
course,
teacher,
this isn't about liking.
No, I know, but the kids are used to their teachers, and it's about the kids because they don't want their teachers yanked out, right at the start of the school year. And a lot of them have been around and taught, generations of families.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, at some point, there needs to be a line that is clear, that was well thought out in terms of where it was drawn, and then it needs to be abided, needs to be defended. But, we'll see what happens in Prospect Heights. It may be foreshadowing for other school districts that are upside down financially. And this may be some foreshadowing as well. This dispute in Jersey City. The Jersey City Board of Education voted last week not to close schools for the Muslim holiday of Eid al-Adha.
Wait, say that again? I've never heard of that holiday.
Are you otherwise well-versed in the
Islamic
faith?
No, but what is it called again?
Eid al-Adha. One of the most important holidays for Muslims. School board members in New Jersey made their decision Thursday despite appeals from Muslim attendees who showed up to advocate that the board change the school schedule. It became quite heated. Some of the members of the Jewish faith said that they felt like they were being discriminated against because they weren't getting their own school days off for holidays like Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. So the school board decided to keep the schools open for this Muslim holiday, and that was treated to this reaction from some of the Muslim families with children in the Jersey City School District.
It's a real discrimination. My child should be able to celebrate their holiday.
Anger from Jersey City's Muslim community, a walkout as this city's school board debated and indicated it would not close the schools on Thursday of next week for the Eid al-Adha feast of sacrifice holy day.
We feel alienated from the Board of Education. We feel alienated from this system.
There were tears from a young girl as Muslims realized that even with unanimous city council support a week ago, the school board would not create a new holiday at this last minute.
Security, police, take charge. We're no longer the minority. That's clear from tonight. We're going to be the majority soon.
We're going to be the majority soon. I wonder what that young woman meant by that.
312-642-5600. Well, I have to defend them because we have Christmas off, the birth of Jesus Christ. We get that as Christians. When I was growing up, we didn't have Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur off. Now District 214, because there are so many Jewish students, now they have Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah off. So, I mean, if we do one for one religion, don't we have to do the same for other religions?
Don't have to. Do not have to. Should you? Different question. So should school districts abide advocacy for Muslim holidays to have a school day, the school is closed, school days off for their children for Muslim holidays, for holidays regardless of the faith tradition, whatever holidays Scientologists celebrate. The IRS has ruled that Scientology is a religion. So maybe they have some holidays where, L. Ron Hubbard's birthday or something. Maybe that should be, schools should be closed for L. Ron Hubbard's birthday. Why not?
We get Easter off. Some Christians even argued that we should have Good Friday off. And so now a lot of school boards position the spring break to coincide with Good Friday and Easter so that there's no debate.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Should we have L. Ron Hubbard's birthday off?
No. Should we have, you say it better than I do, Eid al-Adha day off in New Jersey?
Yeah, but Muslim holidays, Ramadan, etc., right?
Kwanzaa?
That's
Muslim,
no,
but that's
manufactured from kind of the black separatist movement in this country. But
if you do
sure.
one for one religion, shouldn't you do it for the other?
Everything. Because we're not a Judeo-Christian nation, according to some. And so everything is equal. And those that are aggressive in prosecuting their case, they should be catered to. I mean, that's the view of some.
But if the majority of that school district is Muslim, like that woman says, and pretty soon they're going to take over the world, as that woman said, then shouldn't they have the same rights as Christians do?
I wonder what rights Christians will have if they take over the world. Frank, Lake in the Hills, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, guys, I just want to say, Christmas is a federal holiday, and that's what we celebrate. Because this country was founded on Judeo-Christian principles anyway. Where does it end? I mean, if these people have the option not to send their kids to school on their holiday, I mean, that's the reality. It's got to stop somewhere now.
Thanks for the
but
call,
if
Frank.
little Junior, little Timmy wants perfect attendance, or Abdul wants perfect attendance, if they take that day off or call in sick or say it's a doctor's appointment, it's going to be, a mark against them. And they just want the same rights that Christians have and the Jewish people have. If you have Christmas off and Easter and Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, why can't they get their holiday?
Is that a right? It's not a right. It's a choice.
privilege.
There's right is an important thing because everything becomes a right in this country. And right is not.
Do you have a right to drive, or is it a privilege?
It's a privilege.
Privilege.
Yes, it's a privilege. Ernie in Northwest Indiana.
We actually don't get Christmas off anymore. It's called winter break, and
that's true. Yes.
Easter is actually spring fest now. So, they took that away. I mean, it's really just breaks in the school year now.
But is in Indiana specifically? Is that because Jay Cutler was born in Santa Claus, Indiana, and you're ashamed of him?
Oh, I don't even want to talk about Jay Cutler.
All right, thanks. See, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you for the call, Ernie.
Where is this Santa Claus, Indiana?
I don't know exactly.
He'll be out for a week, though, by the way. He'll be back.
Should have French Lick Day in Indiana for Larry Bird. Steve in Glenview.
Don't drink the water.
I got the solution for you.
Okay.
I mean, you got to deal with that pesky old establishment clause. But the real solution here is to not give them Casimir Pulaski Day off any longer in New Jersey. And that way you get the school year all even.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Steve. Do they get Casimir Pulaski Day
No,
off?
we used to. We still get Columbus Day off.
It's terrible.
In Chicago, yeah.
It's a colonialist exploiter, as I understand it.
Then what about President's Day? I mean, there's so many different holidays and manufactured holidays that it makes your head spin. But it's different for every district. It depends on who's in your district.
Mm-hmm. We'll take more of your calls, 312-642-5600 on this. Maybe we'll have a Clock Med Day off.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we'll have that. Maybe that'll be inculcated in Irving, Texas.
In an interview this week, Tom Cruise said that he will never give up his life as an actor to go into politics, though he would consider giving up movies to become Pope of Outer Space.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
For your first full day of fall, we're going to have summer-like conditions, plenty of sunshine. Yes, it's already greeting us in a high near 80 degrees. Tonight, clear, lows in the mid-50s, And then tomorrow, mostly sunny skies, a few high clouds. Pleasantly warm, a high of 75. Here's the travel times. Let's see if the accident in Arlington Heights is cleared up. Here's Jim with the details.
Thanks, Amy. Still there. Eastbound Palatine Road is closed at 53 with a rollover crash. 53 exits to eastbound Palatine are also shut down, and 53 does have some delays from Northwest Highway to Dundee. The Edens is 21 minutes, like Cook to Montrose, outbound 25. Kennedy, 40 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35. The Eisenhower, now an hour and 20 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, an hour 5 from Manheim, outbound 40 minutes to Thorndale. The Stevenson is 55 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 50. The Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tollways are heavy now. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
I know you want to work with a Chicagoland real estate agent with qualified buyers who can guarantee to sell your home. That's why you should call Saul Z and the Z team. The average agent sells 8 homes a year. As a top agent with great marketing, Saul averages over 300. If 29 days pass without a sale on your listing, Saul will buy it. And working with Saul won't obligate you to anything because if you aren't happy, you can just cancel the contract. For example, Jason had his Hinsdale home on the market for 10 months with another agent. He switched to listing to Saul, and in a very short time, the home sold for $806,000, a full $37,000 above the original list price. That's why the Wall Street Journal ranks Saul among the top 250 agents in the country. I know I'll be calling Saul when I'm ready to sell or buy a home. Go to callsaul.net. That's callsaul, SAUL.net, to find out what your home's worth. Or you can call Saul directly at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666, and start packing.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
Your product is terrific. I feel great. More energy. I've lost some weight. I can think clearer and faster. Everything that he said, Dr. Howard says it does on the program, it does, and then some. Boy, oh boy, I feel terrific. Nothing compares with this. Honestly, I know people always say this in testimonials, but this is the God's honest truth. I feel like a man 20 years younger.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
When you look in the mirror, you should feel happy. When you smile, you should feel confident. If everyday moments like chewing, drinking, talking, or just smiling for a photo make you feel uncomfortable or embarrassed because of your teeth, it's time to think about permanent dental implants. It's much easier and affordable than you may think. And Dr. Joel Akrush and his team at Artistic Dentistry want to show you how customized dental implants can give you freedom and confidence back into your life. Call 708-301-6060 now for a no-cost, no-obligation consultation that includes free 3D digital scans. Artistic Dentistry uses a state-of-the-art CBCT scan, which allows Dr. Akrush to customize your smile with precision planning, allowing for immediate use and quick healing. Are you ready to have your natural-looking, beautiful smile back? Then call Artistic Dentistry now at 708-301-6060 or log on to donewithdentures.com. That's donewithdentures.com. Artistic Dentistry, serving the south and southwest suburbs for more than 23 years.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy are talking about this Jersey City Board of Education vote not to close the schools for Muslim holidays, generating outrage from the Muslim community in Jersey City. Should, all holidays, all faith traditions be treated equally and, get the day off? Jeff on I-90.
Hey, good morning, guys. If there's a majority Muslim school district and the school board members are majority Muslim, isn't it consistent with conservative principles to have local school districts make their own decisions?
Mm-hmm. Subsidiarity, yeah. That's right, Jeff. Thanks for the call.
That's why they were upset, because the school board didn't vote in their favor, obviously.
So maybe it's not. Maybe we're going to be the majority soon, as the woman said. They're not quite yet in terms of
that was a little
majority of
threatening
opinion
statement there, huh?
Oh no.
The way she said it was sinister.
No. She's just upset. Tom in Rolling Meadows.
Morning, Dan. Morning, Amy. As a teacher, this conversation is so frustrating because it's barely about religion at all. It's about how you run a school. If there are enough students who are going to be gone that you expect it'll make the school day unproductive, you take the holiday off. And so every school board should be able to decide what's that threshold that needs to be reached. And so, of course, if their Muslim population is over that threshold, they should be treated like everybody else. And if they're under that threshold, they should be treated like anybody else. But if there's going to be 3% of the school population that's going to be out, you wouldn't close the school for that. It's not about respecting religions. It's about how many students do you expect to be gone, and how will that affect running your school?
So, hello. So Tom, please keep your eye on the road. Hold on.
Get electrocuted?
Holy cow. It's got sideswiped or something. I hope Tom's okay. Kids need him in school.
All right, so the majority of people and the students in the school are Muslim. So a lot of them are not going to be there this coming Thursday. It's September 23rd into the 24th. Do you cancel school then? I mean, if no one's going to be there, who are teachers going to educate? Just a few? I don't know. I mean, it sounds a lot like, Rosh or Yom Kippur or Day of Atonement, Ida. This is an opportunity for second chances.
To quote a great philosopher, in theory, there's no difference between theory and practice. In practice, there is. It's Yogi Berra.
Oh, yes.
May he rest in peace. I don't know how that's relevant. I just felt the need to quote Yogi Berra in this conversation. Frank in West Chicago, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. The public school in my area, they don't have Christmas vacation. It's winter break.
Sure, for the winter solstice.
You betcha.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Thanks, Frank. We've got to expunge Christianity from the schools, any remnants of the Judeo-Christian founding of our nation, so that is that's all good. So the question though to Tom, the teacher's point. So in Clearwater, which is kind of like the world headquarters for Scientology, since I'm on the Scientology kick, ever since seeing that creepy documentary about Scientology.
Oh yeah.
So if a majority of the kids that were allowed out of the cult to go to class were in the school district were Scientologists, then we take L. Ron Hubbard's birthday off, or whatever other made up goofy thing that the Scientologists want to do. Is that right? George and Moni.
Hey, this Muslim thing might be sketchy. That lady said one sentence, and I want to throw her out.
Okay, thanks for the call, George. Chris in Wilmette.
The crowd sounds awfully aggrieved, but it's really nothing personal. They make these school schedules like 2 years in advance, and so if they've got a critical mass, they can get a holiday off, but they might have to wait 1 or 2 school years.
Well,
but there's no guarantee that they're even doing that.
Thanks for the call, Chris. Well, they want their holiday now.
Well, because it's coming. It's this Thursday, Dan, and they're not going to be in school. They don't want a little absentee asterisk by the kiddies' names.
Tim in Old Town. Hey, Tim.
Oh, hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
It'll take a while to play out, but where this whole thing will land is that once the liberals decide to kind of scoop up this cause and hijack it for their goal of really kind of eliminating Christian holidays, is that they'll basically say you get a floating holiday and you can get 6 or 7 throughout the year. If you want to use it for around Christmas, you can. Around Easter, you can. If you want to do it for L. Ron Hubbard's birthday, you can, or any other one like that. And they'll just say, okay, you guys, you get whatever you want. We're satisfying everyone. They'll be just so full of self-righteous indignation about the whole thing, saying that they've satisfied everyone and are treating everyone equally, and at the same time, they're able to lessen the Christian holidays.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Tim. Actually, that sounds exactly right to me. That sounds exactly like where this is going. I agree with that. George in Will County.
Good morning, Dan and Amy.
Morning.
This is another reason why we have to follow the Constitution. Get rid of the Department of Education that is receiving $65 billion a year. Send that money back to the states. Let the states give those vouchers or school choice, however they want to call it, back to the parents and let them decide where they want to send their kids. This is getting ridiculous. The caller just before me, that just makes the system more complicated. And who's going to track all this? It's just to create enough more bureaucracy, and that we don't need.
Thanks for the call, George. Ralph and Rantoul.
Good morning. I don't think that the holiday should be instated, but if it does, everybody should breathe easier because it's a G holiday. It's a bomb-free day at school. You don't have to worry about it. Clockmed or anybody else.
Clockmed.
Ralph, thank you. And Dennis from Crystal Lake with the last word.
Way to clear the board.
Hey, how's it going, Amy and Dan? Hey, Dan, with the school boards having decision to make holidays, 6 years ago, during Richards High School out in Oak Lawn is a polling place. So they made the kids go to school on Veterans Day instead of picking another holiday. If there's 2 holidays you don't make the kids go to school on, is Memorial Day and Veterans Day. So for these school boards to have carte blanche to decide, they can't even decide the right holiday to make the kids go to school on to make up the day.
Thanks, Dennis.
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you in foreclosure, behind in the mortgage, underwater with a mortgage? Well, you'd be not alone. In fact, there's 20 million other American families in the same boat as you. And this came about not because these families decided to commit bank fraud, because they were the victims of fraud by the Wall Street investment bankers and the banks that now service the mortgages. But there are some things you do. My partner, I'm Lou Bridges, my partner Scott O and I have put together a firm, a team of people to help people like you. We apply for modifications, we defend a foreclosure, we apply a restructuring, we explore a short sale, and investors who may buy the home and lease it back to you. But whatever your objectives are, you need to have a competent legal counsel. But whatever you do, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you will never be alone. Call us for a free consultation.
Call 224-513-1231 or visit FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. That's 224-513-1231 or FightIllinoisForeclosures.com.
It's that time of year again. The kids are back in school. Hope abounds for a winning football team. And homeowners across Chicagoland are noticing structural foundation problems. That's right. So the team at Permaseal wants to help you recognize the signs of structural, I have a hard time with that word, foundation issues. Are you noticing doors or windows that no longer shut properly? How about new cracks in your drywall, plaster walls, or exterior brickwork? Are your floors uneven? Well, these indicators can be a sign of damage to your home's foundation. If you've noticed any of these symptoms, give Permaseal a call at 800-421-SEAL to schedule your free appointment with one of their certified structural consultants. The problem will only get worse, so don't wait for more costly damages to occur. Permaseal consultants have been trained by the manufacturer to evaluate your foundation problems and offer you a permanent solution. Don't spend a lot of money investigating the problem. Just call Permaseal today at 800-421-SEAL to schedule a free, thorough foundation analysis. That's 800-421-SEAL or visit permaseal.net. Permaseal is known best for being better.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up, we'll talk to Steve Moore of the Heritage Foundation about Jeb Bush's proposal to slash the regulation tax. That's at 7:37.
And I'm sure he's going to be hot and bothered by Hillary Clinton's comments about the Keystone Pipeline. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, people in Washington, D.C. lining up to see the Pope. Hundreds waiting outside the White House in hopes of a glimpse. And there is an army of security posted and stiff rules in place. Amanda Walker with Fox's sister network Sky News has more on that part of the story.
This is the first time 78-year-old Pope Francis has been to the U.S. He received a welcome reserved for only the most special visitors. The next 6 days will be a massive security challenge. Hundreds of thousands of onlookers will be lining these streets, hoping for a glimpse of the pontiff, whose knack for spontaneity could test the sharpest of law enforcement agencies.
And heavy security because of the Pope will impact your UPS deliveries heading to New York, Philly, and D.C. The Atlanta-based company says service in many Washington zip codes will be suspended through tomorrow. Hillary Clinton voicing her opposition to the proposed Keystone XL pipeline.
Unfortunately, from my perspective, one that interferes with our ability to move forward to deal with all the other issues. Therefore, I oppose it.
Her Democrat rival Bernie Sanders reacting on Twitter, writing that he welcomes, finally, her opposition to the pipeline. The Board of Education of Prospect Heights District 23 reporting they have offered their best and final offer to unionize teachers and did so at 12:40 this morning. They're asking teachers to vote today on that proposal so students can return to the classroom tomorrow. An investigation is underway following the death in the northwest suburb of Barrington. Police officers say they were called to a home yesterday afternoon in the 500 block of North Avenue. No further details have been released. Former U.S. House Speaker Dennis Hastert has again asked a federal judge to push back a deadline for pretrial motions in his hush money case. And Taco Bell customers in Chicago can now have that beer with their burrito. The chain opened that location yesterday that serves wine, beer, sangria, and frozen mixed drinks, along with tacos, late yesterday. Chicago sports, Tigers over the White Sox in 10, 2-1. Cubs over Milwaukee 4-0, staking Jake Arrieta to win number 20. The news service of the City of Cook County and the City of Chicago and Cook County. Suspicious activity can be found anywhere. Help keep our communities safe. Call 855-RPRT-2S4. If you see something, say something. From the Chicago Office of Emergency Management and Communications and the Cook County Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher exposes another double standard.
Any way you slice it, there is a real lack of accountability here with the Black Lives Matter movement. There are people who should be held accountable for the deaths of police officers. If somebody as heinous as a cop killer was an activist with the Tea Party movement, you think that might get some attention from the news media?
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
At Galaxy, they'll help make the house you have into the home you love. Right now, get kitchen or bath cabinets, 2 for the price of 1. Contact Galaxy 773-783-8300 or galaxyhome.com.
Hi, this is Matt McCann. You think the government is going to pay for your future long-term health care needs? Think again. If you have retirement savings to protect, you need to act now to make sure you can protect your assets and never be a burden on your loved ones.
This is why Matt McCann is providing you with a free special report to start your education process. Published by Kiplinger's Magazine and the American Association for Long-Term Care Insurance, you can discover the simple and affordable ways to protect your future or current retirement. Order now online at radioltc.com. Radioltc.com. That's radioltc.com. Make sure you have a plan for the physical, emotional, and financial burdens that long-term care can have on your family and loved ones. Radioltc.com. radioltc.com. That's radioltc.com. McCann Insurance Services. Let Matt help you and your family. radioltc.com or call toll-free 866-751-7957. radioltc.com.
736 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Mike, it's another rough ride on the inbound Eisenhower this morning. Delays start at North Avenue. It is an hour and 25 minutes to get from Thorndale to downtown, outbound 45 minutes. The Edens, 21 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 30. The Kennedy, now 50 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 40. The Stevenson, 55 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 54. The Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State slow 111th to LaGrange Road. From the Stevenson to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway slow from the Elgin Toll to 59 and 280 to the Kennedy. Reagan Tollway from 31 to Eola. Veterans Memorial about most of the way to Roosevelt. 53. The exit ramps eastbound Palatine Road still closed with a crash. Traffic service and the Foundation for a Better Life. While many rose up with violence, he sat down for peace. Mahatma Gandhi reached out with the strength cultivated within his soul. Pass it on. Foundation for a Better Life, values.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Sunny and pleasant, 77 today, dipping to a low of 55 overnight. 58 at O'Hare, next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour Radio Show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560 The Answer. Brought to you by Pure Shale Financial Group.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560 The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. That music means, of course, it's time for the Sultan of Supply-Side Economics. He is Chief Economist at the Heritage Foundation, Steve Moore. But before we get to that, let's listen to Hillary Clinton. She finally weighed in on the Keystone XL pipeline after years of consideration. She wanted to give proper distance between her tenure as Secretary of State and the regime and her status as a candidate for president before weighing in on this. And after looking at Bernie Sanders' poll numbers, she has come to a decision.
I oppose it, and I oppose it because I don't think it's in the best interests of what we need to do to combat climate change.
Yeah.
So God has spoken, or the goddess has spoken.
Sure, and I'm the Pope.
Gaia.
The Gaia?
Gaia, Mother
Okay.
Earth has spoken. Hillary Clinton, she used to commune with Eleanor Roosevelt's ghost.
That's right.
Now it's Gaia. Steve Moore, were you one of the members of the Clinton audience that was applauding that profound statement?
Yeah, I think all 6 people of Earth First were there. I was shocked by that statement, guys. I thought that was unbelievable. I mean, the Keystone XL pipeline is about as close to a no-brainer issue as there is out there. I mean, it's an issue where 70% of Americans support this. It's obvious. It creates something like 10 to 15,000 very high-paying jobs. By the way, as those are mostly union jobs, pipe fitters and welders and truckers and so on that will get jobs from this. Also, where I was yesterday, you're not going to believe this, I was in Fargo, North Dakota, just surveying what's going on out there.
Watch out for William H. Macy.
The fracking revolution is just amazing. We have so much oil and gas out there in North Dakota. They got more oil and gas in North Dakota than they have in Saudi Arabia. What we don't have is the pipelines to get that oil and gas to the markets that need to be that need it. And by the way, the safest, environmentally most protective way to transport oil and gas is not on trucks and not on Warren Buffett's railroads. It's on pipelines.
All right, so Hillary Clinton was choosing environmental extremism over U.S. jobs, obviously, but what are the dangers? What are these environmentalists so afraid of that's going to happen?
Well, it's not that they don't want the pipelines built because they don't want any drilling. We are sitting on, by some estimates, $5 trillion worth of oil and gas in this country, and they just want to leave it buried in the ground. These are people who believe falsely that somehow we're going to power an $18 trillion economy with windmills. It is lunatic. It's taking us back to the Stone Age. And by the way, this circles obviously to what's happening in the next couple of days, which is the Pope is coming to Washington, and he's going to give it sounds like he's going to give a very fierce sermon on the dangers of global warming. And that's going to play into the hands of the radical environmentalists here. But I think it's dead wrong. Because, by the way, whether we pump another barrel of oil or dig for any more coal is irrelevant because the rest of the world is using this stuff at a far greater rate than we are in the United States.
Yeah, Steve, Thomas Sowell always makes this point. Forget the position that politicians take. Look at kind of the underlying basis for the position and attack the basis. So why don't we go after the basis of Hillary's position and say, okay, this is a bad idea. We got to deal with global warming. That's priority one. So the 2.6 million miles of pipeline that we have now currently, that all needs to be pulled up. So
exactly.
So let's have Republicans introduce. Let's pull up 2.6 million miles of pipeline because I want to take your position to its absurd end, so we could really illustrate this rather than just having this be like a checkbox issue where Republicans are for it and Hillary's against it and all kind of gets muddled in the public mind. Let's take it to the extreme, which is the logical extension of Hillary's position.
Yeah, will you please shut up? You're giving them ideas. I mean, you're giving these guys ideas. I mean, they would actually do this. Is how crazy these people are. I did a report last year on the Alaska pipeline, which was one of the great infrastructure projects of all time. And all of these arguments that were made against the Keystone Pipeline were made against the Alaska pipeline. Is there any sane person? Well, any sane person who's not a radical environmentalist who doesn't believe we shouldn't have built the Alaska pipeline? It provided billions of barrels of oil for us in the United States. And by the way, the president and Hillary run around the country saying we need more, quote, infrastructure, right? We need to invest more in infrastructure. Here's a project, Keystone Pipeline, that will not cost the taxpayers one penny. Zero. It's all private money, but this is the infrastructure they don't want.
They pull up that.
And by the way, one other thing about this, by the way. This, Hillary, we're trying to figure out who is Hillary. There's so many iterations of Hillary Clinton. I was hoping for is she would run as sort of Bill Clinton's third term. She's not running as Bill Clinton's third term. She's running as Barack Obama's third term. And the economy did much, much better under the new Democrat, Bill Clinton, than it has under the new Democrat, Barack Obama.
Yeah, they may pull up the Alaska pipeline just to put Todd Palin out of work. But let's turn to someone else who is kind of offering some stultifying boilerplate rhetoric as well, and that's Jeb Bush. His op-ed in the Wall Street Journal today how I'll slash the regulation tax. You know, we make fun of Donald Trump when he says his policy solution is to look at things and make a wonderful deal. Well, here's Jeb Bush. My goal as president would be to find and retire the rules that are posing obstacles to people who want to get a job, start a business. My administration will, wait for it, create a commission. Yay, finally a commission charged with reviewing regulations. I mean, Jeb Bush, this is not exactly the bold, innovative 21st century vision for America, is it, Steve?
Well, I have to confess, I have not yet read that piece, so
you can skip
I don't
it.
know exactly. I do read the Wall Street Journal, obviously, every day, but I haven't had a chance yet to read that piece. But look, when you talk about regulation, what you have to start doing is being very specific about pulling some of these up by the roots. For example, does he mention Dodd-Frank and repealing that? Dodd-Frank, what Dodd-Frank
he does,
doing,
yes.
for those who don't know that bill, it's basically causing the collapse of community banks in America. And pretty soon, under Dodd-Frank, we're going to have, 6 or 7 banks left in America, and they're going to be like regulated utilities. That's not what we want. We have hundreds and thousands of banks in this country.
Now, Rand Paul, your guy, Rand Paul, recently Scott Walker just dropped out of the race. Do you think, are you hearing any rumblings that he might be next?
Stop that. No, Amy, I
Bite
think,
your tongue?
I think he's in for the long haul. For one reason, he's got the best tax plan out there. He's got the flat tax that we've talked about many weeks on this show. And look, I think Rand is going to outperform his polls. And look, the reason Scott Walker had to drop out was, did you read that? He had 90 paid staffers.
Yeah.
90 for that campaign. I mean, I think, Rand Paul has a much leaner and more efficient campaign. And I'm going to make a prediction to you. I think Rand Paul is going to make a big comeback in the months ahead. But I got to say this. I mean, I was touting Carly early on this show months ago. And she is the real deal. And I predict to you on this show that within 2 weeks, Carly Fiorina is going to overtake Donald Trump. And she is going to be in first place in this race.
Ooh, bold prediction. We'll have to hold you to that. Steve Moore, Chief Economist at the Heritage Foundation. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Go, Carly, go.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up, I don't know, but it's something, and you're going to want to hear it. You're going to want to hear this forecast. It's going to be plenty of sunshine, a high of 77 degrees for your first day of fall. Tonight, clear, a low of 55, and tomorrow, sunshine again. Just the party continues, a high in the mid-70s. Let's see if the accident in Arlington Heights at Palatine in 53 is cleared up. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Amy, it's being cleared. The ramp from 53 southbound to eastbound Palatine Road has reopened. Northbound 53 to exit to eastbound Palatine still closed. And there are delays on northbound 53 as well, starting around Algonquin. Eden's just 22 minutes. Like Hook to Montrose outbound 30. The Kennedy is 50 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, a little quicker in the locals. The Eisenhower, though, an hour and 25 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, an hour 10 from Manheim. Outbound 45 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, and outbound 54 minutes. The Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. It's very slow on Lakeshore Drive, southbound from before Irving Park to Fullerton, northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Tollway's really heavy, too. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Great deals for you and your family. You don't need to be a movie star to get great glowing skin. Chicago Radio Deals is offering a $100 microdermabrasion session with Dr. Hannah of Hannah Facial Cosmetic Surgery in Hinsdale at half off. That's right. For only $50, you can achieve younger, healthier looking skin. And now also available at CRD is Dysport injections. Dysport is similar to Botox, but has a very natural look. It's perfect for forehead lines, crow's feet, and the crease that works its way between your eyebrows. This treatment normally retails for $550. It's only $275 at CRD, and you can buy 2 of them. Looking good, want to feel good too? Well, check out the deals from Primal Ocean Salt Cave in LaGrange or Bikram Yoga, my favorite, of Rolling Meadows. All these deals and much more can be found only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
It's true.
This is Dan Proft with an upstream idea brought to you in part by the Illinois Policy Institute. 6,963. Illinois has 6,963 local units of government, meaning 6,963 taxing bodies, more than any other state in the nation, and it's not even close. Texas has the second most units of government with twice the population of Illinois, but with 25% fewer taxing bodies. So when politicians tell you that Illinois state income tax is about the middle of the pack nationally, they're characteristically not telling you the whole story. What they don't tell you is that you pay the highest real estate taxes in the country, something you may have guessed from a perusal of the number of taxing bodies listed on your property tax bill. The challenge in Illinois is not simply to reduce tax rates, but to reduce the number of taxing bodies. Most of the taxing bodies take a small cut that goes largely unnoticed, which goes to serve a concentrated minority interest of politicians and taxpayers, trumping the diffuse interests of the majority. And so the actual elimination of a layer of government is exceedingly rare. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
This is Amy Jacobson, and I want to thank all the AM 560 listeners who have purchased thousands of MyPillows over the last 18 months and are enjoying your best sleep ever. But that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It's so important to get a great night's sleep. I can't live without mine. I even take it on vacations. It's American made, and when it gets dirty, just throw it in the washer and dryer. No need to take it to an expensive dry cleaner. So don't wait any longer. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, and more. Plus, MyPillow is washable and keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Please use the promo code AMY. Do it now, 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Promo code AMY, 800-489-0201.
AM 560, The Answer.
Silver wings upon their chest.
Wow, Ballad of the Green Beret, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson.
Nicely done.
This is a disturbing story. I mean, honestly, this story gets more and more disturbing. It was a New York Times story that we discussed on Monday, where you have soldiers, U.S. soldiers, coming out and saying that when they were deployed in Afghanistan, they had to look the other way with respect to their supposed Afghan allies as they engaged in pedophilia, basically, sexually molesting young boys because their superiors, U.S. military superiors, told the rank and file that this was just part of their culture.
Right. And didn't they, I mean, it sounds awful, but they had boy toys. And didn't commanders in the Afghan army have boy toys?
Yes.
Instead of pet dogs, oh no, we're going to have small children. Did you ever read the book Kite Runner?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it just...
It's disgusting. It's kind of, what are we doing if this is this is who we want to turn a country over to? Then kind of what are we doing, generally speaking? And here's a twist to that story that is even more repulsive. And it shows you, again, I mean, we've talked about this in numerous instances, high-profile instances, Major Hassan at Fort Hood, that's a incident of workplace violence, the political correctness that has rotted the military, at least in terms of the mind share of the leadership. So listen to this story. The U.S. Army has rejected the appeal of Green Beret Sergeant First Class Charles Martland, who received a discharge that is scheduled to take effect November 1st for shoving an Afghan rapist to the ground. The U.S. Human Resources Command said in a September 14th memo to Sergeant First Class Martland, quote, "Your request for an appeal and continued service, to our country, is disapproved." This was reported by Fox News as well. I'm reading from a summary in a Daily Caller, dailycaller.com. In 2011, Martland came up close and personal to a local Afghan police commander who was accused of raping a boy and then assaulting his mother. The Afghan commander laughed when confronted by Martland, and so Martland shoved him to the ground. That Afghan commander is lucky that's all Martland did. Again, what we're talking about here, these allegations of rampant sexual abuse of boys by Afghani men in power. Gregory Buckley Sr., the father of a Marine that was killed in service. At night we can hear them screaming, but we're not allowed to do anything about it, said Mr. Buckley. His son had told him. He added that his son had told him that officers told him to look the other way because it's their culture.
What did we expect? I mean, they have animalistic rituals. They don't consider women to be human beings. Women can't drive. They just live by a whole different set of moral norms. And what did we think, that we were going to go in there and change them?
No, but we shouldn't allow ourselves to be changed, right? I mean,
Right. That's a very good point.
If we live differently, I thought after 9/11, we all agree that if we live differently, if we change the way we live, if we compromise our social mores, then the terrorists are winning. Well, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're going to jeopardize, well, frankly, end the career of ostensibly an honorable Green Beret, Sergeant First Class Charles Martland, because he pushed to the ground a disgusting sexual predator thug because that person was a local Afghan police commander.
Martland should be applauded. He should be treated as a hero.
This is craziness. It's sickening. It really is. Joe in Deerfield, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I said it to your screen. What a bunch of gutless cowards in the upper echelons of the U.S. military. We used to drag Nazi sympathizers out of. That's one thing that with everything that goes on, especially in the Mideast, the collaborators during World War II, we would take those Nazi sympathizers right at the end to denazify Germany. These guys would be sniping some of our soldiers and so forth. They'd drag them in the street. There'd be no trial. They'd shoot them right there, and they'd be looking at everybody else and saying, what else? Is this the end of it right here? And that's pretty much where it went. So when this guy pushes this guy down and what happens to him, just insanity. But that seems to be a prevailing attitude throughout the military anyway. So
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, welcome to our open house.
Wow. I love this kitchen. Those granite countertops are gorgeous. I could really see us living here. I wonder if we could afford it.
Have you checked your credit score to see if you qualify for a mortgage?
No, I haven't. How do I do that?
You should join Credit Sesame to get your credit score. It's quick and easy to sign up, and it's absolutely free.
Yes, at Credit Sesame, we help turn your credit score into the key that unlocks the things you want, like that new home. We give you a free credit score and so much more. You get free credit monitoring and alerts, personal loan analysis and recommendations, money management tips and tools, all to save you money and help you reach your goals. Plus, identity theft protection, absolutely free, no credit card required. Get your credit score in seconds. So do more with your score. Get started today. Visit joincreditsesame.com. That's joincreditsesame.com. joincreditsesame.com.
For years I used that yellow big box company to come and clean my carpets. They dinged my furniture, scratched my walls, and my carpet just wasn't that clean. So a few months ago, I called Executive Green Carpet Cleaning, and the difference was amazing. I had them come clean all my carpeted areas and rugs, area rugs, and they look fabulous. It looks brand new. Executive Green Carpet Cleaning uses their own purified water, not water from my faucet. They don't dump the dirty water on your front lawn like the yellow big box company did. They pre-treated my carpets and used an environmentally green solution, a salt-based solution, not a detergent one, so there was no residue. It's much safer for my boys and my beloved cats, and it stays cleaner longer. Carpets still look brand new. So call Executive Green. Executive Green Carpet Cleaning. They will clean 3 rooms for only $139, and they won't try and upsell you. If you want your carpet to look like new again like mine, call 708-599-5151. That's 708-599-5151. Or schedule online at executivegreencarpetcleaning.com.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I really started it from an advertisement, more for my husband than for me, but I decided we should both take it, and I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, that's a wonderful success story.
I know.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
The Pope is departing for the White House as we speak. We'll compare and contrast Pope Francis and Barack Obama.
And then the largest property tax increase in Chicago history. We'll speak to one alderman who wants to try and stop it. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
A break in one of the unsolved Gacy cases. We'll have details on that story coming up. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. They waited for hours to see him. A crowd cheering Pope Francis as he left where he spent his first night in America, and then he took time, several minutes, to greet those people, shaking hands, hugging them, before he's getting into a vehicle now to head over to the White House, where Fox News Radio's John Decker's live outside.
15,000 people are here on the south lawn of the White House waiting for the arrival of Pope Francis. Many of those here are waving American and Vatican flags. The pontiff, who is making just the third visit by a pope to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, but this visit has an electric feeling to it. Following the formal welcoming ceremony, which will include a 21-gun salute, the president will meet one-on-one with the Pope in the Oval Office. A parade on the National Mall will follow that, where tens of thousands are expected to line the parade route to greet the 78-year-old pontiff. The Pope will conclude his day with the Mass at the National Basilica. Dave?
John, in Europe's migrant crisis, thousands more have arrived in Macedonia. Britain's prime minister says he wants countries to deport more of those refugees, even as the EU agrees to house 120,000. Germany's so inundated it's confiscating empty apartments in Berlin, giving landlords compensation. Investigators are getting to see more of Hillary Clinton's emails from when the Democratic presidential candidate was Secretary of State.
The FBI has recovered deleted emails from Clinton's private computer server. That's according to a report by Bloomberg, citing a source familiar with the federal investigation. The FBI is now double-checking those emails to confirm if, in fact, they were all personal emails, as Clinton has said.
That's Fox's Garrett Tenney. Don't worry about being sued when you sing Happy Birthday. A federal judge decides Warner Chappelle can't have its birthday cake and eat it too. Ruling the music publisher does not own lyrics to that song. The copyright's only on piano arrangements, so it can't charge royalties for commercial use anymore. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Partly sunny and 61 degrees, 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. An effort to identify the remains of young men murdered by serial killer John Wayne Gacy in the 1970s has led to a big break in an unrelated case of a previously unidentified teen found shot to death in San Francisco 36 years ago. Cook County sheriffs will announce later today that testing has revealed a genetic association between the teen and the DNA of a woman whose half-brother Andre Drath went missing decades ago. The sheriff asked relatives of missing teens to submit DNA to determine if it matched unidentified Gacy victims, and the woman submitted hers in 2011. The sheriff's office then submitted that DNA to a federal database, and the match was discovered after San Francisco authorities submitted their own batch of DNA. The Board of Education at Prospect Heights School District 23 reporting this morning they've made their best and final offer to Prospect Heights Education Association teachers and did so at 12:40 this morning. Board of Education is now asking unionized teachers to vote today on that deal so students can return to the classroom tomorrow. An investigation is underway following a death in the northwest suburb of Barrington. Police say officers were called to a home yesterday in the 500 block of North Avenue. No further details have been released. And the lawyer representing the woman who has made allegations of sexual assault by Blackhawks player Patrick Kane has scheduled a news conference for this afternoon. Thomas Ioannou confirmed to the Associated Press that he will address reporters at his law office today. Chicago sports, Tigers over the White Sox in 10, 2-1. Cubs back Jake Arrieta to his 20th win, 4-0 over Milwaukee. The news service of Illinois Partners for Clean Air. Does your commute drive you nuts? Stop driving and save up to $975 a month by riding public transit and put your time to better use and help reduce air pollution. Learn more at cleantheair.org. 8:04. It's time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here's Gary Baumgarten.
From the Fox Business Network, Volkswagen shares are struggling to recover following an admission that their software on their diesel vehicles fudges emissions readings. Lawyers have apparently been hard at work since the scandal broke. Several law firms are already filing class action lawsuits against VW, alleging deceptive and fraudulent business practices. Economists now voicing concerns over how that crisis might hurt German growth. The recovery in the 19-country Eurozone economy is slowing. The Eurozone's been relying on Germany's economy to pull it through. China taking steps to repair its stumbling economy, planning to reinvest the equivalent of $47 billion into key sectors. Volkswagen and China's troubles not affecting U.S. futures. They are all up this morning. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Gary Baumgarten.
8:05 in Chicago, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
She's bold.
You're not black, so drop the racism crap.
She's controversial.
When you bring the people here, you bring those cultures here.
She's unapologetic.
This is a total fraud and a fig leaf.
And she's coming to Freedom Summit Chicago 2015. She's Ann Coulter.
Now I'm talking.
See best-selling author and conservative firebrand Ann Coulter live on Saturday, November 14th at Freedom Summit Chicago in Itasca. Get your tickets now at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
What do Fortune 500 companies do when they need to find new workspace? They call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. With Regis, you can easily expand today and get your people up and running tomorrow. With fully furnished tech-powered co-working spaces, offices, and admin support, Regis manages the details so you can focus on your business. Short-term, long-term, all on your terms. Regis makes it easy and affordable. Call Regis now at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit quickenloans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
8:06 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Northbound 53 has delays Algonquin to Rand. The exit to eastbound Palatine is closed still after a rollover collision. The Edens inbound is 20 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 30. There was a crash at Devon, and it slowed Dempster to Glenview. Kennedy 55 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 45. The inbound Eisenhower is an hour and a half. Thorndale to the post office an hour 10 from Manheim. Outbound 50 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 54 minutes. Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State. Stop and go 95th to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway delays. From the Elgin Toll to 59. Barrington to 53. And Toohey to the Kennedy. Reagan Tollway slow 31 to 59. Westbound, approaching 59 as well, with the exits backed up. Veterans Memorial, slow Boughton to the Reagan Tollway and Butterfield to Roosevelt. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Mostly sunny today, high 77. Mainly clear night, low 55. Then sun and some clouds for tomorrow with a high 75. And a partly cloudy night with a low 58. For Friday, partial sunshine, high of 75. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
58 at O'Hare, 63 along the lakefront. Next news update at 8:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Crease Hockey Radio with Kenny McCudden. Heard Sunday evenings at 11 and brought to you by Garden Fresh Market.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Hillary Clinton wading into a very hot-button issue, announcing her opposition to the Keystone Pipeline, a decision that already has Republicans pouncing.
And I oppose it because I don't think it's in the best interests of what we need to do to combat climate change.
I apologize for being perfect.
That would be you, because I would never say a thing like that.
Is that you? That's very good.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
What up, Dan and Amy? So the Pope Francis,
Yeah.
his arrival at the White House is imminent. The welcome ceremony is assembled.
Yeah, the stage is set. Everyone's waiting for him.
Grace is going to meet disgrace shortly. Because remember, President Obama has assembled a welcoming committee of sorts for him. President Obama invited Gene Robinson, the first gay Episcopal bishop in the U.S.
Former.
Mateo Williamson, the transgender head of the LGBT Catholic group Dignity USA.
Still gay.
Sister Simone Campbell, nun who lobbied for Obamacare's passage, despite the fact that it funds abortions, compels Catholic institutions to cover contraception, in contradiction to Catholic doctrine. But they're there. And you know what? It's funny to me. It's really, honestly, I'm not even upset about it because it shows you just how small and pathetic this president is. This little effort to saber rattle effectively in the face of the Pope to say, look, we're going to show you, we're going to send you a message. And Pope Francis, this is not going to be any confrontation. Pope Francis will receive them all with the class and dignity that he receives every person, even bloodthirsty, murderous dictators like the Castro brothers.
Yeah, he actually sat down with them for 40 minutes each and had a discussion with them about Catholicism because they're atheists and just, discussed that.
Yeah.
And didn't get political, just kept it, on the surface. I think the Pope is going to handle the people that Obama's bringing. Yes, of course
he
with
will.
poison grace. He's not going to make an issue out of it because God loves everyone.
Of course. This is
Jesus
this is the assemblage that President Obama put together. Says more about President Obama than it does about Pope Francis, than it does about Catholicism, than it does about religious freedom, than it does about American culture. It says everything you need to know about President Obama and his personal sense of privilege as it pertains to his power. And he's going to send messages where he sees fit. He is supreme. And so this is why I find the discussion this week, kind of rehashing this old matter of President Obama is Muslim, is he Christian, President Obama is not religious. I mean, he says he's Christian, so fine, he can call himself a Christian.
Not practicing.
He is a deist, and the deity is him. He is his own God. And that's what you see on display here. And then, of course...
do you think he's pushing his political agendas in the face of the Pope by inviting these people? I mean, does the Pope even know? Is he going to have a one-on-one with them? Or are they just going to be part of the crowd as, the 15,000 others are?
Well, that's a question. There's been conflicting reports into whether or not there will even be any moment where the Pope will interact with these invitees that I just mentioned, because the real play here is for them to get a photo op with the Pope, and this is what the Vatican wants to avoid. So the politics of it and the posturing of it,
but you can't
it's
stop
really
people
ancillary.
from taking pictures. I mean, if they're there, then he's in the background. They can try and take a selfie with him and all that. And I wouldn't fault him for it.
It's an ancillary issue. It in no way detracts from the importance of the Pope's presence here. The remarks that he will make, in particular tomorrow before a joint session of Congress, the first Pope to do that. It just says something about President Obama. As I said, he's his own God. That's my read on the president. It has been for some time. And, of course, he's got flax to confirm that. Listen to this from Josh Earnest. I mean, this is great. It's comical.
I almost drove my car off the road when I heard it on the radio yesterday.
There's no need to be upset about it. There's no need to be outraged. It's just comical. It's pathetic. They're just small, little people. Josh Earnest comparing President Obama to Pope Francis. And this is the comparison. Both men have talked quite publicly about their commitment to social justice, and both have dedicated not just their careers, as if being a politician and a life of service and religious leadership is the same. Not just their careers, but their lives to that effort of social justice. Gosh, I wish I was in the White House press corps sometimes, because my follow-up question would be to Josh Earnest. Could you please distinguish for us, noted theologian that you are, Mr. Ernest, the difference between social justice and just plain old justice? I'd like to hear it. I'd like to hear the answer. Ernest went on to say the kind of commitment that we've seen from Pope Francis is unique and singular, but I think the values that both men live out have some common ground. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Boy.
They have so much in common.
I mean, it's going to be weird because it's like they're twins.
Well,
like
yes.
they're twins in the same way that Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger were twins.
Well, on his flight from Cuba to U.S., Pope Francis spoke to reporters about accusation that he's too left-wing, and they asked him questions, too, about, this Newsweek article that on the front page says, is the Pope Catholic? And here's his response.
When he was asked specifically about this Newsweek cover, is the Pope Catholic? Some people think I'm a bit leftist, he said, but this is an error. I am certain I have not said one thing that is not within the social doctrine of the Church.
Yeah, that's...
Is that correct? Is that accurate?
That is correct, and the Pope went on to joke appropriately that, look, I'll recite the Apostolic Creed if necessary. It's just funny stuff to watch this play out with everybody, including the media, the ignorance from the media like Newsweek. I expect it, but everybody trying to force the Pope into this political prism. He's a transcendental religious leader, and frankly, the most important religious leader in the world. The idea of putting him through a issue survey like you would a candidate for Congress is just silliness. It misses the essence of the person and the moment. Zach on the north side.
Hey, good morning. I absolutely agree with the last statement you just made, that the Pope is transcendent. He's a religious leader, and he is one of the most important cultural and moral leaders in the world.
Thanks.
And with everything that you're saying about Barack Obama, I'm disappointed that you're not discussing the GOP and their boycott of him. And it's, leaders in the Senate, leaders in the House, who, because they don't like some of the Pope's issues on what you're describing as political issues, they're not even going to sit there and give him the courtesy of listening to his presentation. It's awful.
Well,
It's
who's
grotesque.
boycotting him? I've never heard that before.
There are members of the House who are not going to show.
Yeah, well, that's...
GOP House members. James Inhofe has condemned his speech without even hearing it. It's absurd.
It is absurd. That's a mistake. I completely agree with you, Zach. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Sean from Elmwood Park.
Well, I just read an article yesterday on Bloomberg. He is calling, this is by far the most economically active Pope we have ever had. This is the only Pope to speak before Congress. I find it awful ironic. You had John Paul II, who was vehemently against communism, who saw the tyranny and the corruption of all socialism. He didn't speak in front of anybody. You have this guy who has, for months now, been calling about a socialist redistribution of wealth controlled by government.
Yeah.
Has he not? Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're
Yes,
wrong.
you're wrong.
And Sean,
Bye-bye.
Sean, get thee to Mass on Sunday.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, get your hands off my property taxes. We have one alderman who's trying to stop Mayor Emanuel's progressive agenda. But first, here's your forecast. Today, plenty of sunshine, a high of 77 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Amy. The inbound Eisenhower remains really jammed right now. We have an hour and a half travel time from Thorndale to the post office. Outbound, it is 50 minutes. In Palatine, that crash still affecting 53. The northbound exit to Palatine Road is shut down. Southbound, the exit to eastbound Palatine has reopened. Eden's really light right now. Just 20 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 21. Kennedy, 55 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 45. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 54 minutes. The Ryan, 30 minutes. 95th to the Loop. The Tri-State, slow going. 95th most of the way to 47th. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Reagan Tollway still slow, 31 to 59. Veterans Memorial, stop and go from Boughton to the Reagan Tollway and Butterfield to Roosevelt. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
A big thank you to our thousands of listeners who took part in the buy one, get one free for the MyPillow deal. And you're getting your great night's sleep. I know it. But that still leaves thousands of you who have not taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It is so important to get a great night's sleep. Don't wait any longer. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies. Plus, MyPillow is washable. It keeps its shape to give you support where you need it the most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, simply visit MyPillow.com, type Amy in the promo code, or call 800-489-0201. Do it now, 800-489-0201, or online at MyPillow.com.
Imagine what you would do if your business had a surplus of utility savings. More than 30% of your building's annual energy use comes from your heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading mechanical service provider, understands that you have better things to do with your money. There are new energy incentives offered by Chicagoland's largest utility provider that could help your business save hundreds, even thousands of dollars every month in utility costs. As a preferred partner, Air Comfort works closely with your business. They will identify the opportunities to reduce energy usage, select, purchase, and install equipment, and even help you complete and submit your incentive paperwork. Start saving on your utilities by calling now for your free consultation at 708-345-1900. That's 708-345-1900, or online at aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935.
Now, more than ever, choosing a real estate agent to sell your home is one of the most important decisions you can make.
I'm Ed Lukasik Jr., owner of RE/MAX Professionals. I know what it takes to sell your home.
The Wall Street Journal ranked Ed at 88th in the entire country for closed listings.
I know that there's no gimmick to selling your home, just a strategic marketing plan and the confidence needed to make your transaction successful.
Chicago Agent Magazine recognized Ed as the #1 rank in Will County.
You can hire anybody to list your house, but you'll need the local market knowledge that I have to sell it.
When Ed saw market trends change, he was ready and promptly received a RE/MAX of Northern Illinois Trendsetter Award.
Sure, it takes awards, but it also takes a lot of effort. So why would you try to sell your home with a we'll sell your house or buy it from you kind of agent? If an agent has to promise to buy your listing, then something's seriously wrong.
Call Ed Lukasik Jr. of RE/MAX Professionals, 630-679-5454. That's 630-679-5454. Sell your house with the professionals, RE/MAX Professionals.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you needed help refinancing after the Big Corner Bank messed up your loan, even though you've heard thousands of my ads telling you not to waste your time at the Big Corner Bank, you called me and I helped you. If you would like to talk to me about a mortgage, please give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email me at david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA, NMLS 19186, pearlmortgage.com. Licensing.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, Wall Street Journal editorial this morning suggests that we rename Chicago.
I love it.
It's, it has been renamed Chirac.
True.
But Wall Street Journal suggesting instead of the city of big shoulders, city of big taxes.
Hey-o.
Yeah, I don't
It's
know.
True. I mean, Rahm Emanuel is proposing the largest property income tax in the history of our city.
City of big shoulders, city of big taxes, or Chirac. Boy, I don't know. I'm torn on that. Maybe we'll get Alderman Scott Waguespack to weigh in on this. Alderman Waguespack, thanks for joining us. Which do you prefer, city of big taxes or Chirac?
Neither.
Alderman, what do you make of Rahm's property tax increase proposal, cloud tax,
all that stuff,
commuter tax,
garbage tax,
et cetera, Pardon my Yulbrunner.
Yeah, I'm not too thrilled about it. He gave his speech yesterday, and it was like 10 pages of, in some ways, a lot of fluff. If you boiled it down to what was really substantive, it was about half a page or less. A lot of taxes in there. We went from 0 to 400 plus, and now we're at 588, all within a few months. And I think it would have been better if he would have just come out and said, this is what we're going to do, so that people had predictability about what was going to happen. But, there's a lot of things that we could change that we haven't. And I don't know if you guys saw what we were kind of pushing as the Progressive Caucus. And, a lot of people don't agree with what we're saying. But going downtown and looking at the buildings that Madigan and some of his friends get for lower assessments versus a lot of their neighboring buildings, and putting the burden on everybody else. That's a big one that we're really trying to push to equalize what everybody's paying.
If we treated Madigan like everybody else, how much more revenue would the city have?
Well, I think in the tens of millions each year, and we're trying to do the research on it because, frankly, we can't get the city to do it or really anybody else to look at it. So, just going by who buildings are or clients, really going to try to look at that, but I think it's in the tens of millions.
And so
that's not going to solve the bill, but
right.
you have to look at a lot of other things too.
Well, right. I mean, I remember Rahm's big, bold agenda when he was running for re-election. A casino, some
brought in the sales tax.
So some other stuff from the state.
TIF reform.
Yeah, and he he doesn't want to raise taxes. That's the last thing he's going to do, which you knew it was going to be the first thing he does, and that's what he's done. So what happens though to police and fire pensions? What happens to the size of the city workforce? At some point, don't you have to Willie Sutton it and go where the money is? And that's with respect to city employees if you're going to try and address the billions upon billions in unfunded liabilities the city has.
Well, he's also proposed yesterday privatizing 311. So that would, basically lay off a lot of workers by December. I don't know exactly how many we're talking about because they literally threw it into the speech and didn't tell anybody. So, they're always looking for ways to get rid of the waste and inefficiencies. The Inspector General does a fantastic job at putting all those audits and reports out there, but we do a horrible job of actually implementing all but about 1% of those.
Yeah, but Scott, isn't all of this so much of kind of trying to put together an orderly going out of business sale? I mean,
fire sale kind of.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking. Yeah. The numbers we're talking about are so staggering, and I know you know this, and I know you're one of the few kind of non-trained SEALs in the city council. But where is this going, and what really needs to be done if we're being honest with ourselves?
Well, we probably do need to raise property taxes slightly, but not to the tune of $588 million. And what I kept hearing yesterday were people saying, we're out of pixie dust. Where are you going to get the unicorns from? And in some ways, okay, you're running out of things to tax, and that's true. But the imbalance that we have with the TIF, the imbalance that we have with a lot of these assessments and property taxes, that's where it's really at. And then also what you're talking about in terms of the city workforce, we do need people working and doing the basics, but management needs to be readjusted in this city too. And I think that can be done if you have the right policies in place, and we just don't have that.
Well, I was shocked yesterday to hear Lawrence Massal from the Civic Federation saying that this was a step in the right direction. It's $588 million to fund first responder pensions, which are at $30 billion.
Unfunded.
Right, and what he said too is, and what a lot of others are saying, is that Chicago doesn't pay as much in property taxes as neighboring communities, but we pay a lot more in terms of all the fees, fines, and other taxes that add up way beyond what they do elsewhere. And we just don't have the school setup that they do either. So those unfunded liabilities, that's obviously a result of nobody paying attention to making the payments that we now have to. But I think that the city could be a lot stronger. That we're talking about all these businesses coming here. We need to take the shackles off of small business and really let them flourish. And I think we've done a bad job on that for many years. So there's opportunities here. I just don't think we take them. And certainly the city council is too much of a rubber stamp and continues to be.
And before we let you go, public safety. The first order of business for government at every level.
Yes.
Not getting the job done there. Is it time for Gary McCarthy to go?
Absolutely. I mean, one quick thing on the budget. We're going to hit overtime of over $300 million this year, or this budget, across the board. And each of the last 3 years, we've had close to $100 million, which is a tenth of the city police budget. And they have no way to show us how they track their overtime. And that's just a lack of ability to manage. I think he needed to be gone, and we get somebody in there who knows how to manage the police department.
Yeah, and who knows how to increase the peace on the streets. Alderman Scott Wagaspack, 32nd Ward, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Have a great morning, guys. Thank you.
Join us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one. Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, if your company manufactures or markets pharmaceuticals, biologics, medical devices, or APIs, you know the challenges of systems integration, FDA compliance, and staffing. To gain access to Chicagoland's top life sciences engineering, quality assurance, project management, regulatory, software, and validation professionals, you need the experts at Automated Systems, Inc. All of ASI's resources are degreed professionals with decades of industry experience in manufacturing, automation, and FDA compliance. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life science companies to successful startups. For over a quarter of a century, ASI has excelled through a culture of execution and client success. For information about staffing or a no-obligation compliance or automation evaluation, call Laz at Automated Systems toll-free at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit automatedsys.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI.
AM 560 is a brand new mobile app, and it can do some pretty cool stuff. You can download podcasts of this show straight from the app. You can set an alarm to wake up to the show every morning. Who doesn't want that? And, of course, you can listen to AM 560 wherever you are right on the mobile app. And if you download or upgrade to the new mobile app between now and October 9th, get this, you'll be able to enter to win an all-expenses-paid trip to Cancun, Mexico for a week-long stay at The Secrets, The Vine, all-inclusive resort, courtesy of our good friends at Apple Vacations. To get the app for your mobile device so you can register to win the trip, go to 560theanswer.com/mobile. That's 560theanswer.com/mobile and download Paradise. Available for both Apple and Android-powered devices, presented by Permaseal Basement Systems.
AM 560. The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
No, Hillary, you got more splaining to do about the emails. We'll talk to Byron York from the Washington Examiner about the latest twist in that saga.
And Donald Trump exercised humility. Yes, it did happen. We'll explain. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Partly sunny skies, 64 degrees. Pope Francis now at the White House for an official welcoming ceremony. 15,000 have been invited to welcome the pontiff. He'll then meet with the president at the Oval Office. The man the president picked to direct the war against ISIS is leaving. Bloomberg News is reporting the retired General John Allen will give up his post as an envoy to that global coalition. Allen resigns later this fall. Florida sheriff is mourning the death of a retired deputy who was shot and killed in the line of duty.
I can't say enough good things about Deputy Myers. And so I won't attempt to tell you the good things about that man. I would tell you he was dedicated. He was a professional. He was committed to this thing we call law enforcement.
Myers was shot several times Tuesday after serving a domestic violence injunction. The suspect, Joel Smith, was himself shot and killed from multiple gunshot wounds after locking himself inside a motel room and not coming out after tear gas was fired into that room. Baseball fans are mourning the loss of Yogi Berra. Berra was always known for striving for greatness and encouraging others to do the same.
Whenever you go, whatever you do, be the best you can be. Be the greatest. I always said if I had to be a plumber, I would have to be a great plumber.
Berra spent 18 of his 19 seasons with the Yankees. He may be best known in St. Louis as King of the Hill, where he was born. And did you know that his best buddy, Joe Garagiola, was considered a better baseball prospect than Yogi Berra? An effort to identify the remains of young men murdered by serial killer John Wayne Gacy in the 1970s has led to a big break in an unrelated case of a previously unidentified teen found shot to death in San Francisco 36 years ago. Cook County sheriffs will have details on this developing story later today. The Board of Education of Prospect Heights District 23 is reporting they have offered their best and final offer to Prospect Heights Education Association members. They did so this morning at 12:40, and the board is now asking unionized teachers to vote today so students can return to class tomorrow. Chicago sports, Tigers over the White Sox in 10, 2-1. Cubs back Jake Arrieta to win number 20 with a 4-0 victory over the Brew Crew. The news service of Unbound Poverty doesn't discriminate. It feeds on the forgotten. At Unbound, they believe in the collective wisdom of society's oldest and most vulnerable, and you can learn more at unbound.org. Check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher exposes another double standard.
Any way you slice it, there is a real lack of accountability here with the Black Lives Matter movement. There are people who should be held accountable for the deaths of police officers. If somebody as heinous as a cop killer was an activist with the Tea Party movement, you think that might get some attention from the news media?
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
What's football rich? It's delicious wings spun in your choice of 21 sauces and seasonings. Cold beers served right to your seat and catching all the football action. It's Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
I will tell you one thing, and he's sick all winter. He wasn't sick at all this winter, not one time.
I've taken vitamins my whole life, and this is really the only thing that I've ever really felt like that did anything.
That's why I kept coming down with the flu. And she said, double them, triple them. And that's what I did since then, and I haven't had the flu. So I know it worked.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
8:36 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Northbound 53 has delays between Euclid and Rand Road. The exit to eastbound Palatine Road still closed after a crash, and eastbound Palatine is blocked at 53. The ramp from southbound 53 to Palatine is open. Inbound Kennedy delays start at Sayre. It's an hour now from O'Hare to downtown, 35 minutes from Montrose, 26 in the Express. Outbound 40 minutes to the airport. The Edens, believe it or not, 19 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. The inbound Ike, an hour and 25 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 50 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 50 minutes. The Ryan, 30 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-States, low 87th to 47th from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway, stop and go. Beverly, most of the way to Barrington Road, then it's heavy Chewy to Lee. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Sunny and pleasant, 77 today. Mainly clear and 55 overnight. 63 at O'Hare, 69 along the lakefront, 58 in Aurora. Your next news update is at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Tasty Catering. Company picnics taste better with tastycatering.com.
Dan and Amy, so the Pope is seated at the
right hand of the Father.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I had to finish your sentence for you.
Yeah, sort of, kind of. He's listening to President Obama speak and the little welcome ceremony that they've put together for Pope Francis. And speaking of infallibility, Donald Trump was on with Stephen Colbert yesterday, and they did this little game that was kind of fun. It was a statement that Colbert reads, and did Stephen Colbert say it when he was in character, or did Donald Trump say it when he was in character?
I apologize for being perfect.
That would be you, because I would never say a thing like that. Is that you?
That's very good. I think apologizing is a great thing, but you have to be wrong. I will absolutely apologize sometime, hopefully in the distant future, if I'm ever wrong.
That's me.
That is you. That is exactly. You know you really well.
I don't.
It's freezing and snowing in New York. We need global warming.
Well, I think it's you, but it's close to being me.
It's you. Medicare is like a nice set of cufflinks. Nobody wears cufflinks anymore.
That's you.
That's me. That's me. The real strong have no need to prove it to the phonies.
That would be, it's not me. It could be you.
It's not me either.
Uh-oh.
It's Charles Manson.
Oh,
yeah. The Charles Manson misdirection play at the end.
They got in a little zinger there at the end. I like that.
It was fun. And speaking of apologizing, Hillary has apologized for the server problem.
Mm-hmm.
And just when you thought it was all wrapped up and ready to be put behind her and her campaign, oh no, this happened. State Department officials provided new information Tuesday that undercuts Hillary's characterization about the request for emails. Remember, her suggestion has been that she was requested to turn over some emails from the State Department, and being the compliant sort that she is, she was happy to do so. She was requested, as were a couple of her predecessors as Secretary of State. So it was just kind of normal course of business, State Department stuff, and she complied, and that was, the end of it. She followed the law. Everything's good. The problem is the request was not simply about general record keeping, but was prompted entirely by the discovery that Clinton had exclusively used a private email system. This is according to the State Department, which has been, in my estimation, running interference for Clinton to this point. They also said they first contacted her in the summer of 2014, at least 3 months before the agency asked Clinton and 3 of her predecessors to provide their emails. So she must be misremembering. She was asked about this story that broke yesterday, first in Bloomberg News. She was asked about this while she was sitting before the Des Moines Register editorial board. And boy, she couldn't provide any more illumination than she has previously provided, but she assured the assembled editorial board of the Des Moines Register that she would follow up with any and all additional pertinent information, just like she has with the email and private server matter. Yeah.
Her little story's starting to unfold more and more every day.
Yeah.
But how's she handling it? I mean, because it doesn't seem...
it's going
sometimes
great.
the cover-up is worse than the crime.
I'm
but in
sorry
this case,
about that.
Yeah.
She's sorry.
She's sorry.
So sorry. She also, FBI also, a related story, FBI has recovered personal and work-related emails from the private computer server used by Hillary, that she turned over.
Right.
After she
Willingly.
wasn't going to turn over, but she did it voluntarily because,
With her
again,
little alligator arms.
she's a compliant sort. She just wants to help out. You have a question, she's got the answer. You need something, she's here for you. She'll turn over whatever you need whenever you need it. That's because she just
It's
wants
full
to
transparency, Dan.
Yeah, that is her calling card, transparency and honesty. Well, the FBI has her server, and they've recovered. They don't know, at least according to these news sources that are reported, it's not clear whether or not they've recovered all 30,000 emails she's allegedly deleted. But FBI has said that the number of emails they have recovered to this point were relatively easy to recover. We don't know the contents or anything at this juncture, but this is continuing to develop, as they say when you're under federal investigation.
Hey, Dan, I want to take you back to Trump last night on Colbert because he exercised self-control for, I think, the first time ever when Stephen Colbert asked him about President Obama's origin of birth.
Barack Obama, born in the United States.
Let me just...
Was he?
It's
a meatball.
I know.
It's hanging out there. Just right there. Come on.
I was wondering. And you want to know? I don't talk about it anymore.
You don't talk about it?
He's over it. Doesn't talk about it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Does that impress you at all that we have substantial evidence right before us that he was humble and he didn't take advantage of an opportunity to make the news, to create some waves?
How would he have done that?
Well, because he could have said, well, I'm the one who forced him to turn over his birth certificate. It was me, I. I'm the greatest. I'm the best. The reason why we know he's born in America is because of me. But instead, he just said, we're over it.
Yeah, I don't know how much sawing sawdust over the birther issue would have been a great moment for Donald Trump or anybody else. I think it's kind of that the whole thing is kind of silly. The talk about his where he was born, the talk about his faith. I mean, at least in terms of raising the specter of him really being a Muslim, is just a bunch of silliness. It really is. We need to get past it, and we need to frankly get past Barack Obama because we'll be past him in a short 16 months. So elections are about the future. That's where Republicans should focus. Joe and Joliet.
Yeah, I understand that Hillary went through all the emails with her staff and her lawyer to separate the yoga ones. Does her lawyer have a top secret clearance in case he ran across one?
Well, that's a good question, Joe. David Kendall has also been the subject of some scrutiny in terms of whether or not he was trafficking in classified information the way it seems fairly clear Hillary was from reports from not the media, not conservatives, from inspector generals in the intelligence community. So you're right. I mean, I think the whole circle around Hillary is still up for grabs. There were more emails from Uma, Mrs. Carlos Danger, gathered and released yesterday, thanks to Judicial Watch. So you've still got Cheryl Mills, you've still got Abaddon, you've still got David Kendall, and of course you still got Hillary. None of those people are out of the woods yet, and is my read. Kurt in Waukegan, you're in Chicago's Morning Answer.
Dan, I just wonder, when do you think we're going to quit talking about Trump? How far down in the polls do they have to slip? Because USA Today just did a poll, and they have Carly Fiorina in the lead. And, I just worry that he's going to be like in sixth place, and they're just going to keep talking to him.
Well,
I don't think he's going to fall that far.
Kurt, thanks for the call. It's very possible that he could. I think you may start to see the ascendancy of office holders like Marco Rubio.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's well poised, like perhaps even Jeb Bush. I know this is not going to be music to the ears of many, but it's a reality. In addition to Fiorina, and we'll see what kind of staying power Ben Carson has. So you're right, but I think we'll see. When does a show run its course? How do you know? When is it time to cancel a show? I don't know. I mean, I guess you kind of know when you're watching it. Does it seem like Trump is becoming a bit redundant at this juncture?
Well, he has nothing new to offer.
Is it starting to get less fun?
No, you know what it is? It's less interesting. On Colbert yesterday, he wasn't interesting. I mean, he was the same old, and he had a quiet, low key demeanor, nothing fancy, nothing frivolous. It was almost as if he ran out of steam. At the end of the day, you kind of get tired, and that's what he was.
Everything runs its course, even the Celebrity Apprentice. Jane in Burr Ridge.
Until you get a new host.
Getting back to Obama, the problem is not, and has never been, where he was born. The problem is where he grew up. He did not grow up here. He grew up in Indonesia. Mm-hmm. His experience of the world is not an American child's experience. I mean, it's like, and that points up to the problem with all these immigrants. They don't love America because they haven't spent, their formative years here. And I mean, it's like to me, it's like a man who sires a child and spends no time with it. Is he the father or is the adopted person who brings the child up?
Yeah.
The person who has the most influence upon it.
Yeah,
I mean, you can have love of country even though you're not born here.
Well, of course you can. I mean, there's so many immigrants come here for that very reason, and then they fall in love with America, particularly as compared to where they came from.
But he knew growing up that his mother was American, so he must have, it's not as if he was oblivious to our norms and our values.
Yeah.
But he was not brought up here. He was not. And then when he finally came to America, he was living in Hawaii, of all places, which is like a third world country in many respects.
Not
it's
the
not
Hawaii
like the rest of America.
Oh boy,
it's
I don't
not
know.
like the rest of America. It really isn't.
Well, Jane, but when do we get done psychoanalyzing Barack Obama? He's out of office in 14 months. We got a presidential election in full swing.
Well, I guess it, because to me, I mean, I have had immigrants work for me for the last 30 years. I've employed one immigrant or another, and there has been a change in the kind of immigrants that come here. And the ones that used to come here came here for because they wanted an opportunity. The ones lately are the ones who come here because they know what they can get. They're part of the welfarian sector. They know what they can get out of America, and that's what's wrong. But I mean, the other thing is they just don't understand who we are at our core, and that's a real problem when they start voting.
Yeah.
I mean, these European countries that let them in, they don't get the vote. They let them in, but they don't let them vote. We're letting them vote. That's the difference.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Jane. Thanks for the call, Jane. I think there's a lot of Americans who don't know what we're supposed to be at our core anymore either.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine for your first fall day. It actually will feel more like summer out, so get out and enjoy. No clouds in the forecast. No rain for the next 4 days, actually, so that's nice. A high of 77 degrees tonight, clear, a low in the 50s. Let's get the travel times and say hello again to Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Eastbound Indiana Toll Road, slow going from past 94 to the Portage Toll with some ongoing construction. Eastbound Palatine Road still closed at 53 to clean up a crash. The exit from northbound 53 to eastbound Palatine still blocked as well. Edens is great. 19 minutes either way between Lake Hook and Montrose. The Kennedy, an hour from O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35 minutes. The Eisenhower, an hour and 25 minutes from Thorndale to the post office, outbound 50 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 45 minutes. The Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Reagan Tollway, still really slow, eastbound 31 to 59, and westbound slow from Raymond to 59. That exit's backed up. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Oh, I wish this bag under my eye would just go away. If that sounds like you every day, you are not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are problems for millions of American men and women until now. Introducing the new Genucell serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix. I've used it for 3 months now, and I love it. I noticed a difference right away because when you pair it up with the Instant Effects, that's another product, you will see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. I guarantee it. So call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. Call 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323. Call now and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift simply by placing your order. And men, you can use products on your face too. It's okay. So call 800-525-8323. 800-525-8323.
It's easy to take your commercial HVAC system for granted. It's always there, keeping your building comfortably warm or cool. Until you have a system failure. With another unforgiving Chicago winter just around the corner, now's the time to have a comprehensive review of your mechanical HVAC system. And you don't want just anyone. You want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading mechanical professionals. For over 80 years, Air Comfort has delivered its customers the best trained and highly skilled team of award-winning technicians. That's why Air Comfort is recognized as Star Certified by the MSCA, a designation achieved by only 2% of contractors nationwide. With a service fleet of more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby. Schedule your system check by calling now, 708-345-1900. That's 708-345-1900 or online at aircomfort.com.
A credit tip from Credit Sesame.
Did you know that your credit score dictates whether you can get a new car or a house? But there's no need to stress. Before applying for a mortgage, car loan, or credit card, you can check your credit score for free.
Yes, at Credit Sesame, we help turn your credit score into the key that unlocks the things you want, from a new car to a home. We give you a free credit score and so much more. You get free credit monitoring and alerts, personal loan analysis and recommendations, money management tips and tools, all to save you money and help you reach your goals. Plus, identity theft protection. Absolutely free, no credit card required. Visit getcreditsesame.com. Get your credit score in seconds. So do more with your score. Get started today. Visit getcreditsesame.com. That's getcreditsesame.com. Getcreditsesame.com.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now, and make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, I note the most popular boy name by state.
Oh, is it Andrew?
No.
Peyton?
No.
Eli?
No, it's Noah in Illinois.
Oh, you know what? That does not surprise me. If you yell that word Noah at a park, 12 kids will turn around.
Right, because parents know that their kids are going to have to build an ark to escape the flood of red ink in this state.
Animal lovers.
Also, too, this is, what do you think the most popular boy's name is in both Iowa and Missouri?
Michael.
Liam.
Oh, yeah.
In
I have
Iowa?
2 Liams on my street, but in Iowa, I didn't think that would sell in Iowa.
The Irish have invaded Iowa?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Most popular girl's name in Illinois.
Oh, wait, let me guess. Catherine.
No.
Oh, wait. Amy.
No.
Danielle.
No. No.
Wait, hold on. There's got to be some crunchy name. Zoe.
This is bizarre. Olivia.
Oh God! 4 Olivias on my street. I should have known that.
There's really there's really a lack of diversity in girls' names. The most popular girl's name in like the entire Midwest to Mid-Atlantic is either Olivia or Emma. Everywhere. It's all Olivias and Emmas.
Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. If I had a third son, I would have called him Thor. Is Thor on that list?
No.
Maybe I can get myself a dog or maybe another cat.
This
name
is
it
not
Thor.
a list of favorite boys' names in Marvel Comics. This is in the real world.
We have new information now also on the plane crash. KTVU has just learned the names of the 4 pilots who were on board the flight. They are Captain Sum Ting Wong, Wee Tu Lo, Ho Li and Bang Ding Ao. The NTSB has confirmed these are the names of the pilots on board Flight 214 when it crashed.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Missing teeth can cause embarrassing gaps in your smile. They can even cause problems with chewing or talking. You probably feel self-conscious, and maybe you've been considering dental implants for a while, but you have concerns. Don't let fear stand in your way to gaining your beautiful smile back. Dr. Joel Akrush and his caring team at Artistic Dentistry understands that most people don't like to go to the dentist. For the last 23 years, Dr. Akrush has helped ease the concerns of more than 11,000 satisfied patients. He focuses on creating custom dental implants that look just like your natural teeth. The entire procedure is completed at one location with one doctor. Artistic Dentistry uses a state-of-the-art CBCT scan, which allows Dr. Akrush to customize your smile with precision planning, allowing for immediate use and quick healing. Get the smile you've always wanted. Call Artistic Dentistry now at 708-301-6060 or log on to donewithdentures.com. That's donewithdentures.com. Artistic Dentistry, serving the south and southwest suburbs for more than 23 years.
Upstream ideas. So often on the show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, like children's names, the economy, education, foreign policy. And on the show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website along with the Illinois Opportunity Project called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find info that will inform the policy discussions we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions to challenge accepted orthodoxies. We debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask why are conditions the way they are and how can those conditions be improved. So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You can check out a roundtable discussion I had on religious freedom, concurrent with the Pope's visit. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. You own a European auto because you love the way it feels, the way it handles when you make a turn, or when you step on the gas. Style and performance. It's not a car. You own a special engineering work of art. For maintenance and repair, go to a place that loves your car as much as you do. This is Dan Proft for Midwest Performance Cars. They have a saying, dealerships replace parts, we fix cars. Midwest Performance Cars has all the services of a dealer, but with more care and less money. They know your car and love it as much as you do. Midwest Performance Cars specializes in repairs and maintenance of European autos, including Porsche, BMW, Mercedes, Audi, and Land Rover. How good are they? Go ahead, read the Google and Yelp reviews. Ask your friends. Partner with Midwest Performance Cars for the repair and long-term maintenance of your European auto. Located in Chicago's West Loop at the corner of Lake and Ogden. Free Lyft and Uber shuttle service because you want convenience. MidwestPerformanceCars.com. That website, MidwestPerformanceCars.com. The dealer alternative. An expert source for European auto maintenance and repair.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. Glad you're here with us today. HealthQuest Radio is Chicagoland's longest-running health news and science program. I've been an integrated healthcare practitioner for over 33 years now. And if you've been wondering what it's like to be a patient in our HealthQuest offices, well, take a look at our website. Go to healthquestradio.com under testimonials and tales of wonder, right on the homepage, where you'll find many funny, encouraging stories of success straight from our patient's mouth. Would you like to be done with those migraine headaches? Get your insulin under control? Feel more energetic? Maybe having better sex? Get that libido in gear again? Discover why you eat for every emotion and then get it under control. On medication and want to be off of it? Whatever health challenges you the most, you can schedule your new patient consult with me just by calling our HealthQuest Radio hotline at 800-794-1855. That's 800-794-1855.
Well, thanks as always for making us a part of your morning. Thanks to David Stripling, Cesar Perez, and we'll see you back here at 5. Now let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Sunshine and 64, WIND, Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. Fanfare for a pope. An elaborate greeting at the White House for Pope Francis, with thousands sitting on the lawn, not a cloud in the sky.
What a beautiful day the Lord has made.
President Obama calling it an honor and privilege to welcome the Pope to America.
We see a living example of Jesus' teachings. A leader whose moral authority comes not just through words, but also through deeds.
Then the Catholic Church leader said,
God bless America.
Pope Francis says he looks forward to visiting with the American people, speaking out for religious liberty, and he brought up climate change, calling it
a problem we can no longer be left to a future generation.
That ceremony just ended moments ago. The Pope and President and First Lady then walked down a red carpet into the White House for a private meeting. Earlier, the Pope shook hands, gave hugs, even kisses to people greeting him as he emerged from where he stayed last night in D.C. Where does he go next? Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland, live in Washington.
Pope Francis will ride in his Pope-mobile. Later today, he'll lead Mass at the National Shrine, where people started gathering early this morning.
The Pope is special for all people around the world.
I'm feeling very excited and also super tired.
The Pope will also hold a prayer service at St. Matthew's Cathedral. Tomorrow, he'll address a joint meeting of Congress. Dave.
Rachel, there's another confrontation between European countries over the migrant crisis. Serbia demands that Croatia reopen its border for all cargo transport by midnight or face retaliation. Croatia shut all but one of its crossings to Serbia last week to block the migrant surge. It's reached 44,000 in 1 week. Prosecutors in Germany say they're considering whether to open an investigation into the Volkswagen emissions scandal that has cost that company billions of dollars in market value so far. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Partly sunny to mostly sunny and 64. 9:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. In an effort to break some unsolved cases tied to serial killer John Wayne Gacy, there's been an extended DNA effort across the country. That effort has led to a break in an unrelated case of a previously unidentified teen found shot to death in San Francisco 36 years ago. Cook County Sheriff's Office will announce later today testing has revealed a genetic association between the teen and the DNA of a woman whose half-brother, Andre Drath, went missing decades ago. Board of Education of Prospect Heights District 23 is reporting they have offered their best and final offer to Prospect Heights Education Association as of 12:40 this morning. The Board of Education is asking unionized teachers to vote today so students can return to the classroom tomorrow. An investigation is underway following a death in Barrington, where police officers say they were called to a home yesterday afternoon in the 500 block of North Avenue. No further details have been released. Chicago's mayor is challenging aldermen to back his budget. In presenting his $7.8 billion package, Mayor Emanuel challenged aldermen to have the courage to approve millions in new taxes.
Either we muster the political courage to deal with the mounting challenges we inherited, or we repeat the same practices and allow the financial challenges to grow.
Millions in property taxes would go up, a new garbage hauling fee would be put in place, and taxes on e-cigarettes and ride-sharing services could also go into place. Chicago sports, Tigers over the White Sox 2-1 and 10. Cubs blank Milwaukee 4-0, backing Jake Arrieta to win number 20. The news, a service of the Milwaukee Airport. With all the major U.S. airlines, great fares, parking as low as $7 a day. You'll save time and money when you fly up the interstate to Milwaukee's airport. Visit flymke.com to see why more people are choosing Milwaukee, the O'Hare alternative. 9:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
AM 560 has a new mobile app, and it can do a lot of cool things. The best thing it can do? It can send you on a vacation to paradise. Download or upgrade to the new AM 560 mobile app between now and October 9th, and you'll be able to enter to win an all-expenses-paid trip to Cancun for a week-long stay at the all-inclusive Secrets, the Vine Resort, courtesy of Apple Vacations. Just go to 560theanswer.com/mobile to get the app today and download Paradise. Presented by Permaseal.
Retrievers, Labradors, Goldens are the main breeds that come through our door, but we'll train anything with 4 legs and a tail. My husband and I own a kennel. We train hunting dogs and also have a boarding and grooming business. Our dogs, they're athletes, and we feed a very quality food. You can't get enzymes in a commercial dog food because they cook it at such a high heat that so much important nutrition is just cooked right out of it. But adding Dynovite to their diet has every single dog in my kennel looking better than they have ever looked.
DINOVITE.com. 859-428-1000. Dynovite helps them obtain that better nutrition that is hard to find in commercial foods.
The omega-3 fatty acids, zinc. There's flaxseed oil, the seaweed, the kelp. They don't shed as much, and they're all over very healthy dogs.
We tell everybody we know about Dynovite.
DINOVITE.
Dynovite's the bomb.
859-428-1000.
859-428-1000.
DINOVITE.com.
9:05.
I'll do the Pope.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
The Pope and POTUS sitting on the lawn. How'd it go?
We're back at 5 AM 560, The Answer. Looks great. It's in there.